Good morning, County Council. I would now like to call to order this council meeting of August 13th, 2026. As you are able, please join us in the standing up for and singing of O Canada.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, could you please conduct our roll call?
Councillor Mackey.
Present.
Councillor McKay. Councillor Carlton sends her regrets today. Councillor Pringle. Councillor McQueen. Councillor Nielsen. Councillor Patterson. Councillor Dickert. Councillor Kentner. Councillor Keaveney. Councillor Body sends his regrets today. Alternate Councillor Kepke. Councillor Gregg. Councillor Milne. Councillor Dobreen. Warden Matrosovs. Councillor Bourdington also sends his regrets today. Councillor Eccles. Councillor Hutchinson. So we have all members in attendance today with the exception of Councillors Body, Bourdington, and Carlton.
Thank you. Let us begin by respectfully acknowledging that we are gathering on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabeg Nation, the people known as the Three Fires, as the Ojibwe, Odawa, and Potawatomi nations. And further, we give thanks to the Chippewas of Saugeen and the Chippewas of Nawash, known collectively as the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, the traditional keepers of these lands and waters since time immemorial. In our south lies the traditional territories of the Six Nations of the Grand River, Haudenosaunee. We are dedicated to honoring Indigenous history and culture and committed to moving forward in the spirit of truth, reconciliation, friendship, and collaboration with all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. At this time in our council agenda, we will look at the adoption of the minutes. Item 5A, it's recommended that the minutes of the County Council meeting and the Committee of the Whole meeting dated July 23rd, 2026, and the resolutions contained therein be adopted as presented. May I ask for a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Hutchinson, seconded by Councillor Nielsen. It's on the floor for any discussion. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Item 5B, is recommended that the closed session Committee of the Whole meeting minutes dated July 23rd, 2026, and the closed session Long-Term Care Committee of Management meeting minutes dated July 16th, 2026 be adopted as provided. May I ask for a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Keaveney, seconded by Councillor Dobreen. Any discussion? All those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay. And next we'll look at item 5C, and there are a number of items that have been duly published and circulated in the agenda. So it is recommended that the Long-Term Care Committee of Management meeting minutes dated July 16th, 2026 be adopted as presented, and that the following resolutions contained therein be endorsed. Within it is the report LTCR CM 1626 to be received with the following bullet points that have been circulated, and that the LTCR LTCRCM 1226 regarding a long-term care director update be provided for receive for information, that the report LTCRCM 1326 regarding the long-term care operational report dated April 15th to June 14th, 2026 be received, and that the report LTCRCM 1426 regarding Gray Gables fire panel and system replacement be received, and that the staff be directed to proceed with a single source purchase with Troy Life and Fire Safety Limited for the fire panel and system replacement in the amount of $122,173.24, which excludes HST, in accordance with Section 4.7 of the Purchasing Policy and Bylaw 520924. And finally, there was a report LTCR CM 1526 regarding Lee Manor Building Automation System Replacement, that it be received, and that it is noted that the building automation replacement be awarded to Empire Controls at a cost of $245,337.71, excluding HST, and that the shortfall be funded by reallocating the approved 2026 capital budget of $109,700 for hot water recirculating system to this project. May I ask for a mover and a seconder, please, before I look to staff to come and make a few comments? Moved by Councillor Gregg, seconded by Councillor Dickert. It's now, oh, sorry. Councillor Gregg, you're not moving?
I would like to vote on the first report, CM 1626, separately than the rest of the minutes. Madam Warden.
Okay, so Councillor Gregg, are you moving but then asking that it be split? Okay, so just before I return to Councillor Dickert, Madam Clerk, there's a request to split. Okay. Okay, so what we can do, since we haven't actually officially had it on the floor, since there was not yet a mover with a seconder, we can actually look at that first report. Second, we can actually separate it without having to move to call for a separation. So on this first one, then sorry, Councillor McQueen.
Sorry, point of order. That wasn't the case last meeting. When I wanted a separate bylaw pulled, we had to have a separate motion to pull that separate bylaw. Separate the question. So I don't know why we're doing it different today than was different then.
So the clerk has confirmed that in that particular case, it was already on the floor and therefore needed to be split. So it's just a procedural chicken or egg before. So we can do it both ways. We can have the result in the end. People can move simply a portion at the beginning, or they can ask to split, but it still achieves the same accomplishment. So because I did not actually have, Councillor Gregg did not move it. Councillor Dickert had raised his hand to second. So Councillor Dickert, would you be willing to move the first part of this? Okay. He has confirmed that he has, so I would then need a seconder for this report. And I've got that from Councillor Mackey. Thank you. So now this report is on the floor for discussion. Director Cornell and Deputy CAO, if you would like to come to the lectern and focus in on just the topic at hand before we continue to the rest.
Good morning, Madam Warden, members of Council. Jen and I have split up, Director Cornell and I split up the balance of the notes from the Long-Term Care Committee of Management meeting, and I drew the short straw and got this report. So I'm quite happy to provide some opening comments and then try and answer any questions that may come forward from this. So as part of the budget process earlier this year, Council confirmed the allocation of some funding to go towards an investigation of potential future options for the Rockwood Terrace site and for the Grey Gables site. And as Council will recall, in late 2025, we received some survey requests from the Ministry of Long-Term Care in regards to both properties and the allocations of potential capital funding towards future long-term care beds at both sites in various different ways. We are also obviously in the process of far down the process of constructing the new Rockwood Terrace. which will leave us with the old Rockwood Terrace facility that we have to have some idea and conversation around what to do with. And so based on the direction through budget, staff have engaged Colliers who have been working with us on Rockwood Terrace, and through Colliers, a team of professionals to look at both buildings and a full options assessment for both Grey Gables site and for the Rockwood Terrace site, the existing Rockwood Terrace site. And so at Long-Term Care Committee of Management, we provided a bit of an update on that work. The report is not finalized at this point. It was a draft report. The draft report, when finalized, will be coming, well, once it's finished, it will come back to Committee of the Whole for conversation. The update included the scenarios that we've worked through, some of the options that exist within each one of those scenarios. So at Rockwood Terrace, the scenarios go from leasing the building as is to sale of the building and site, through to the redevelopment of that building into a number of different potential future uses, including long-term care facilities of a Class A standard. So very similar to the standard of the facilities that we have at our other homes, and indeed a building at the new Rockwood Terrace, through to looking at options for assisted living, affordable living, and seniors community, and a blended option within that as well. So a full range of scenarios for the existing Rockwood Terrace building were considered, and some Class D estimates provided around what they might look like if we were to move forward with any of those at some point in the future. And then in regards to the Grey Gables site, council will recall that we do have an allocation of capital funding allocated to Grey Gables. It's quite specific to building a new 128-bed facility on that site. And so we wanted to look at other options that were potentially available at Grey Gables, aligned with new ministry funding programs, to inform whether or not we asked to retain those 62 beds, pass them back to the province, or look for some other option. And so based on some of the work that the Colliers team talked through Long-Term Care Committee of Management, we looked at a new build on the site as well as the existing building, and what various different additions to Grey Gables could look like to use that capital allocation. And again, some high-level numbers were provided on that. Long-Term Care Committee of Management also discussed a request to extend some funding associated to this work. And so that's the request for $30,000 additional funding to support this work. And that's related to a fairly late in the day announcement by the province. So the Ministry of Long-Term Care announced, just as we were starting to get to the point where, in fact, we'd already had done the slides for the report to go to Long-Term Care Committee of Management, as well as the report itself, the province announced a new funding stream. So the province has long supported capital allocations towards long-term care for the creation of new bed spaces. Up until very recently, as I say, the last few weeks really, that has been tied to new beds built to modern day new standards. That's one of the reasons why we're building the new Rockwood Terrace, was to take beds that were being delivered at a Class C level to create beds that were being delivered at a Class A level. So the province has long provided capital funding to support that work. As I say, fairly late on in the day, they have introduced a new funding stream, which is a renovation funding stream. Now, there's not a great deal of details around what this is, other than they have indicated that there is a capital funding pot, which is less generous than the new capital funding pot. It's a renovation capital funding pot that can go towards renovations of existing long-term care beds to an alternative standard. Now, what they've been light on is what that alternative standard might look like. It's probably better than it is today, but not as good as the ones we're building and seeing in new facilities being built today. And so the intent, we believe, at the province on this one is they are up against a pressing need to activate long-term care beds. And so I think with new builds happening across the province, they're looking to see if there are opportunities for the reactivation of the beds which are being retired as those new beds come into being. It's quite clear that this is a very different program to the capital funding stream. So the funding is only tied to a 15-year operating commitment rather than a longer-term operating agreement. The funding is less, and they have introduced this idea of an alternative standard. There are certain things that they've taken off the table when it comes to the alternative standard, but the rest of the table is fairly empty and vacant, and we have no idea what it looks like. And so with the announcement of this potential funding, we felt that it would be appropriate to request the support Long-Term Care Committee of Management and in Council to extend the scope of work to consider that renovation funding and what that could look like at Rockwood Terrace. Once again, at the conclusion of that report, the report will come back to Committee of the Whole. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. So it's on the floor for discussion. Deputy Warden.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and thank you, Niall, for the report. Late in the day, desperation, Hail Mary, however you want to describe it, that's what it sounds like to me by the provincial government. There's no doubt that there is a pressing need for long-term care beds in the province, but here in Grey County, we've already been down this road before we decided to build the new facility in Durham. We had different contractors, different developers go through that building, and every one of them said it's cost prohibitive. Why are we even considering pouring another 30,000 into the bucket to have the same outcome? I think we all know what the outcome would be, or what the answer might be to a request for us to fund more beds. If the province is so hell-bent on doing this, they put the 30,000 in the bucket and they can fund the new beds. And they can also try to find staff, good staff that we have. There's not many of them because they're hard to find, but we've got good staff. I'm not sure there's a supply of good staff to fund another facility of this nature. So I am not supportive of this right now, but I'll wait to see what my colleagues think. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Other discussion? Councillor Gray?
I'll leave with a question right off the bat, either to Jen or Niall. What is the subsidy currently carried by the taxpayer through the tax levy for every bed we have right now in the County of Grey?
Through you, Madam Warden, $28,000.
So here's what I can support. I can support us continuing to look at an expansion of Grey Gables with a couple extra pods as it was originally designed and could perhaps accommodate and create efficiencies in our service delivery, looking to minimize as best we can that cost per bed. I cannot support, and I'm going to add a little to my colleague here, Deputy Warden Milne. Even if they funded all the capital requirements, we haven't begun to talk about the operational costs of service delivery. We have talked about it around this table for several terms of council. We are not competitive with the private sector. I am completely in line with continuing our obligation and our excellent service provision for the beds that we currently have, potentially could add 68, perhaps create efficiencies. That should be our goal in business as a corporation, in service delivery. Look for service for efficiencies in controlling the costs. But there is absolutely no way I can support further looking at $30,000 to expand the scope of the study, to come back and tell us what we should already know sitting around this table today, that we cannot compete with the private sector. And this is not something that we should be doing either this sitting council or regardless of the sitting council, to get more information and come back and tell us the outcome that we already know today makes no sense and is a waste of $30,000 of taxpayers' dollars that should not be spent investigating this. Like Deputy Warden Milne said, if the province is so hell-bent on it, then they can line up with a private provider and they can try to compete on that level in terms of bed expansion. But this is not for the County of Grey to be pursuing.
Okay, I'll look for any other discussion from council members. And I'll look back to staff. I'll go to the CAO.
Thank you, and through you, Warden, and appreciate all the comments in terms of from both Councillor Mill and Councillor Gregg with respect to this. Just wanted to highlight and note that all the options that have been explored to date, as well as this particular option, from what I understand, looks at all options in terms of either the county potentially owning and operating, the county owning and potentially leasing to a private operator, or divesting of that property for a potential use. That potential use could be this option in terms of a long-term care home option, could be the other options that have already been explored to date. So I just wanted to flag that and note that this would be part of my understanding. That analysis is that it's not necessarily looking at just the county owning and operating a long-term care facility under this new standard, under this new funding model. It could be somebody else potentially that could operate that as another option. So I don't know if Niall or Jen have anything further with respect to that.
So through you, Madam Warden, the CAO is quite correct. This is in all cases, the consideration is it could be the county that operates, it could be a third-party private vendor, it could be some sort of a partnership arrangement in between those two things. And the other thing is just to reinforce any future the intent of the work being done is to inform the future debate around what to do with the existing long-term care home at Rockwood Terrace and what to do with the existing allocation of capital funding at Grey Gables. And so the intent behind the report is simply to provide the information so that when we have those questions and conversations later on, there are no decisions being made at this point in time as to options that are preferred, options to explore over other options, or any sort of priority associated to those options. But you're quite correct.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Dobreen and then over to Councillor Mackey next.
Thank you, Warden, and good morning, and thank you, Niall. I appreciate the concern. I think I want to explore, will this expanded scope, I think I heard the answer, but I just want to clarify, will this expanded scope include options for Grey Gables? So we know that we have allocation for 62 new beds in a new facility, brand new, similar to the Rockwood Terrace redevelopment, which would leave the existing Grey Gables for some other use. But will this include exploring an expansion, renovation to Grey Gables that could also incorporate those if the province were agreeable to rather than a total new build? So that's kind of where my question is.
So to you, Madam Warden, thank you for the question. No, none of the 30,000 would apply to Grey Gables. Grey Gables meets all provincial standards and is not therefore scheduled for a renovation or getting a renovation funding. So this is specific to renovation of retired, if you like, long-term care beds, and the only ones we will have are the ones that are in the existing Rockwood Terrace building. So this is very specific to Rockwood Terrace.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. I'm inclined to agree in that all the information that we had at the time of deciding on, $100 million to redevelop Rockwood Terrace in Durham was based on the information that the province saw our existing facility as undevelopable, unexpandable, and unsuitable. And now that we've invested and we're this close to opening, they have a change of heart. And everything that we knew then, or that the information that we had at our disposal to make that decision, was based that Rockwood Terrace should not be redeveloped or could not be redeveloped. So I'm inclined to agree. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to Councillor Mackey and then I'll look for other hand.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Good morning, County Council. It is frustrating, the fact that we're spending so much money on a new development when this information came out that the old one possibly could have been retrofitted. So, I mean, I share that frustration with my colleagues. I agree with my friends across the horseshoe in regards to the amount of money that Grey County has spent and is spending on long-term care. I fully support the money that we are spending on long-term care. It's important. We're doing a bang-up job. Our elderly are well taken care of in our homes, and if I had to place a loved one in a home, I'd be hoping to get a county bed. That being said, I don't think we can afford to keep going with any more, whether it be Grey Gables expansion or an expansion of an old Rockwood. I just don't think we can afford, with all the other budgetary constraints that we're going to have. I don't think we can afford, any more. The 30,000, when we had that discussion at the Long-Term Care Committee of Management, it's more about what are the next steps for us. We know we're going to have a vacant Rockwood Terrace that we have to make some decisions on. It's going to cost us a fair amount of dollars per month to keep that place, empty, with security and heating. So we got to make some decisions. I won't be making that decision, but members of this horseshoe that are elected will be making that decision. So the Long-Term Care Committee of Management just wanted to make sure that the new council has all the information to make the best informed decision. And that's really what this 30,000 is about. And not that I like spending 30,000 on something that I think I know the answer to, as far as, possible redevelopment of new beds. I don't think that's in the cards, but knowing what to do with that building is going to, have impact on, well, a campus of care. We've talked about a campus of care for a long time and that potential. I don't know what the cost of that would be, but we know we have a shortfall in some of the other beds for seniors and some of the senior services that are required. We've got long-term care, we've got retirement homes, but we don't have that missing link in between. So this information would provide more options on what we could do in that regard too. Affordable housing for seniors. There's a lot of things that can be looked at through this $30,000 to help the new council make the decisions, that are going to have to be made. So I'll just leave it at that. And I do support spending that money because I think that information, and this is on behalf of the Long-Term Care Committee of Management, we had that discussion and the committee thought that money was going to be important for the new council to make informed decisions. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just look for any other input. Okay, Councillor Gregg.
I would like to place an amendment on the floor to remove the last of the 3 bullets there, that staff be directed to extend the scope of work with Colliers to investigate scenario 5. I am totally, I understand Chair Mackey's comments. But perhaps Niall could remind council what the expenditure on the original consultant's study was for this project. Most of, I think, what you spoke to should be contained in already the considerable sum of money that we hired the Colliers to provide information back to this council for already. So I understand where you're coming from and representing the committee, but I think value for money in terms of the bids and tenders and the deliverables and that original project scope, it should certainly have already entertained, I think, most of what you're just mentioning there, because it was significant. And that was what we were talking about, was future uses.
Okay, so there was a question about the holistic costing. I'll leave it to staff. Okay, perhaps, let me see, procedurally. Okay, well, there's been a move, but also embedded into that is a question. So I think what I better do is I better call for a seconder first before we go into further dialogue on that. So Councillor Gregg has moved that the motion be amended to strike out the 3rd clause of the motion regarding extending the scope of work with Colliers. Is there a seconder for that? We've got it seconded by Councillor McKay. So that's now on the floor for discussion. So now I will look to staff to provide answers to the questions, and then we will move into discussion only on this particular motion.
Thank you, Madam Warden. The total scope of work that Colliers have been engaged with their sub-consultants and sub-trades to this point in time has a total approved budget of around about $195,000. It does cover most of the options that were listed by the question in terms of future uses for long-term care. The request for the 30,000 is very specific to renovation of Rockwood Terrace. Has 100 beds currently. The 30,000 would figure out what the alternative standard that the ministry is articulating could look like. How many of those alternative standard beds would be able to be provided within the fabric of the building, and what the capital construction costs and operating costs of that building would be on a go-forward basis. That's not a scenario that was originally considered in that scope of work, because as has been indicated by members of council, there was no funding available previously for renovation funding. So this happened quite late in the day. So the scope of that 30,000 is very specific to the renovation of the existing Rockwood Terrace to some number of long-term care beds. It would be somewhere less than 100. Because the alternative standard will be better than the standard we provide today, but we have no idea what that would be, and therefore what the operating and capital costs would be associated to it.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion on this particular motion? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands up. Then I'll call the question on this one, that the motion be that we strike out the third clause of the motion regarding the extending of the scope of work with Colliers. All those in favor of this motion? Okay, that's carried. So, Madam Clerk, that then strikes out back to the main motion that has already been moved, which was only this report, not the rest of the long-term care, not the adoption of the minutes and the rest of the long-term care committee of management minutes, and the resolutions contained therein. So we're now back to the main motion, which you can see is now reduced to only these 2 points of this LTCRCM 1626 report. The recommendation that the Colliers project leaders report and presentation regarding the future options for gray cables and the existing Rockwood Terrace be received for information, and that staff continue discussions with the Ministry of Long-Term Care in respect to previous ministry surveys and future planning, and report back to council as appropriate. So that has been moved, and who moved and seconded that? We had that one moved by Councillor Gregg and seconded by Councillor. Oh, sorry. No, it was Councillor. Yes, it was it was moved by Councillor Dickert and seconded by Councillor Mackey. Yes, correct. Okay, good. All right. So with that, then, any further discussion on these 2 items in this report? Okay, all those in favor? And that is carried. Now we're going to return to the remainder of the minutes of the Long-Term Care Committee of Management, which included the other resolutions that were in there that have been duly circulated and shared in the public distribution of the agenda. And for that, now I will need a fresh mover and a seconder for this. Moved by Councillor Nielsen, seconded by the Deputy Warden. It's now on the floor for discussion. Any discussion on these resolutions? Oh, sorry. Oh, we're going to circle back to staff. Good morning, Director Cornell.
Good morning, Warden, and good morning, County Council. And I don't need to go through the motions that are there. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay, so we'll begin with Councillor McQueen.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and good morning on the council and to you, Jen. Just with regards to it, the first part, it talks about the future of Gray Gables. We have had lots of reports going back to 2022 where they looked at the option of building a new 128 bed facility and the other part of creating the remainder older Gray Gables into a long-term or assisted living. And it was supposed to come back. It never did. I'm trying to think 2022 or thereabouts. But we've spent money on that. Maybe, you know, that needs to be dusted off and brought back to this body or the future body of this horseshoe. But there was a lot of recommendations in that. But the point I want to make is when the application was made in November of 2019, which we got granted in 2020 itself, was to build, to get an additional 62 beds to build a new facility. It was raised here, that I think by Councillor Gregg, that are there options of adding on versus building a brand new facility? Because the part of building, as Councillor Scott Mackey had said, you know, it's a cost. But I don't know, has there had been those conversations with the ministry? And certainly Rockwood Terrace has to be finished and move forward. But there are those beds, those 62 beds, to reallocate those to an addition versus a brand new build. Do we have to make a new application, or we had some conversations about that? Because it's always been talked about is building that fourth wing onto Grey Gables. And I thought there was a report, we've been getting reports back to 2016 around this horseshoe. It talks about the bones are good at Grey Gables. I think some of those have been here, have heard that. The bones are good, the infrastructure is good. It was commissioned in 1999 or 2000, thereabouts. So, but at the time, and I think we all agree, assisted living is certainly something that is of need as well. But one of those reports that came back did show on the assisted living that it's a revenue generator that helps offset the cost of building a brand new 128 bed facility, with the point that the 62 beds will be funded. The remaining 66 beds isn't funded by the province, but there was a report that showed that it was cost of benefit from that assisted living, but the initial outlay of cash to build both. I don't know where that conversation or conversations with the ministry, it seems to be hung up on the old Rockwood Terrace. And I think even on the old Rockwood Terrace, there was conversations around this horseshoe different times that it would make a good assisted living. It would complement the new Rockwood Terrace, which is a long-term care facility. We've dealt with that. But that was some of the conversation. I think we would all agree. Why would we create another long-term care facility in the area where the new Rockwood Terrace is, to create competition, as Councillor Millen has said, Deputy Warden, is if you're competing with staffing in that area, which I don't know why they don't get that, but anyway, we won't go there. Anyway, I'm just going back to the part that there is a report that did come out that talked about building a brand new Grey Gables and assisted living. But I do think at some point we need to ask a question or have some kind of a report back. What does it look like to add the 62 beds to the current Grey Gables at some point in the future? I think that option, it never was, and the beds that were applied were never applied that way. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. I don't know if Jen has more, but there's a lot of reports that have been there in the past that maybe we don't need to spend more money, but there's a lot of stuff there that need to be dusted off maybe at some point. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to start with the CAO and then to Director Cornell. And then, of course, we need to focus on the fact of what was just reported in this portion of your report. So we really do need to stay on this agenda, acknowledging that has been a lot of hard work, a lot of contemplation, a lot of reports done that have supported us to the place where we are now with the long-term care facilities that we have. So with that, CAO. Okay, so, and yes, thank you, but Councillor McQueen, we've already voted on that. So we're not having further discussion on that. So, thank you. Appreciate the highlights again of all the hard work that's gone in and all the wealth of information that is provided to us as we make our decisions moving forward. So with that, I'll just look to the CAO and Director Cornell.
Through you, Warren, I think you just answered that. If that matter was part of the previous report that was just passed as part of that motion. There is information with respect to some preliminary information with respect to the options that have been analyzed as part of Grey Gables. And that can be found in the Long-Term Care Committee Manager report that's referenced in that motion that was just previously passed. There is some information with respect to Grey Gables analysis in that report.
Okay, and I see the director nodding her head. Okay, all right. Anything further then on the items that were that are under consideration on the floor right now? Okay, I'm not seeing any further hands go up. Therefore, I'll call the vote then. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you. Thank you very much, Director Cornell and CAO and Deputy CAO for walking us through this. Although we're going to call on you in just a moment. We're going to do item 5D now. It was a very long day on July 16th that we had, but it was also a great opportunity to be there in person and see the progress. And it was time well spent together. So with that, there was a second portion in which the long-term care redevelopment task force also met. And so it's recommended that the long-term care redevelopment task force minutes dated July 16th, 2026 be adopted as presented, and that the following resolutions contained therein be endorsed, that the Rockwood Terrace redevelopment update from Collier's project leaders be received for information. And again, they were presenting at both the task force as well as the previous committee. Just before I look for a mover and a seconder, Madam Deputy Clerk, I understand there's a correction in the minute notes regarding attendance.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Through you, I will note there's a correction in the minutes to include Councillor Gregg and Councillor Hutchinson as not in attendance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So with that clarification and that correction, may I ask for a mover and a seconder? Thank you. Moved by Councillor Hutchison, seconded by Councillor McKay. So it's now on the floor for discussion. And with that, I'll welcome back the Deputy CAO.
Good morning once again. This one I suspect will be slightly quicker. So I will quickly cover some of the highlights from the redevelopment task force meeting. We did meet over lunch with members of Committee of Management and the redevelopment task force. Joining us, Malou Blamey, our site contractor, put on a barbecue to recognise significant milestones in the Rockwood Terrace build, to extend their thanks to the multiple trades, consultants and sub-trades that they're working with. And the warden was able to offer some words of thanks to members of the construction crew who were able to join us over the balance of lunchtime. The build has passed the 50% completion mark. Earlier that day, we had the fantastic news that the grounding grid, which had proven to be a little bit challenging and is a major step towards energizing the building, had passed its ESA inspection. So it was a good time to pause and celebrate the work that had been done and look ahead to the work that is yet to come. We did a tour of the building, which is beginning to look very much like a finished building now. And we saw significant progress since the last time members of committee and council were able to visit the building. So we had a good walk around the building, explored the various different resident rooms, staffing areas, and some of the lounge spaces. Collier's provided us a comprehensive construction update report detailing the advanced completion works of the masonry. The windows are 95+% complete at that point in time. Framing and drywall largely complete across the entire building. Indeed, some priming paint had been done, and we got an opportunity to walk through the two mocked up resident rooms, which were largely complete in terms of their mock-up, so that we can see the final finish of the light fittings, the door fixtures, the wall fixtures, and so on and so forth. So we were able to have a good wander around the building and see the various progress that has been made. Collier's identified that we remain on budget. We do have a slight pressure of time now on the building after a very difficult construction season during the winter. But as of the last schedule, we remain ready to take the building over in early 2027 with approximately a 3 to 4 month warming up phase before occupancy in April time of next year. And that period between us assuming the building and actually occupying the building from a long-term care perspective is to enable us to get all our operational plans in place, train staff, onboard new staff, and pass the absolutely critical last in-person ministry inspection. And that ministry inspection has to be scheduled when essentially the building is fully operational from a staffing and a staffing and resource capacity perspective, so they can inspect it as a fully operational long-term care home. The only thing that will be missing for that inspection will be the residents, and then shortly after that, we're anticipating in mid-April welcoming residents to the long-term care home. The schedule continues to be a close focus as we go forward of both the Colliers team, indeed the Grey County team, and the Millwall Blamey team, meeting on a very regular basis to make sure that as we advance that work, we're keeping eyes on the finishes that are going in. And a key piece that's being moved forward at the minute is the landscaping work there. The site is extensive. 2 new municipal streets need to be created, several parking areas, a stormwater management pond needs to be landscaped, as well as the other landscaping. And we were able to see the significant work that's already been done in the central courtyard area. The central courtyard, for members that were able to join us, is one of the highlights of this building. It really does create an incredibly nice space in the center of the building, with both recreation lounges overlooking the space and accessible pathways throughout that entire area. So a real joy to see that work coming on. So it was a good news story after a good lunch where we were able to celebrate the hard work of the hundreds of staff that have been working on the site to make it come to fruition. And I'll be happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you. So any questions on this report, these minutes? Okay, all right then. I'm not seeing any questions. So all those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you. We do not have any closed session matters to deal with on our council agenda this morning, nor reports. That allows us to go to the bylaws. We do have a number of them, that there are actually 6 bylaws. So it is recommended that bylaws 529626 to 530126 being inclusive be introduced and taken as read a first, second, and third time, finally passed, signed by the warden and the clerk, sealed with the seal of the corporation, and engrossed into the bylaw book. First one is 529626, which is a bylaw to authorize the submission of an application to Ontario Infrastructure and Lands Corporation for financing of certain capital works and to authorize long-term borrowing for such capital works through the issue of debentures to OILC. Next one is 529726, a bylaw to authorize the granting of an easement and to authorize a donation agreement to convey lands forming part of the CP Rail Trail, the Eco Parkway. Number 3 is bylaw 529826, a bylaw to authorize the warden and clerk to execute an amendment to the memorandum of understanding between the County of Grey and the City of Owen Sound and the Rural Ontario Medical Program. And the 4th item is 529926, a bylaw to provide for the removal of the nuisance beaver, and 530026, a bylaw to provide for the control of coyotes or wolves, and 530126, a bylaw to confirm all actions and proceedings of council. May I ask for a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Greig, seconded by Councillor Patterson. It's now on the floor for any discussion. Councillor Eccles.
Thank you. Bylaw is one to do with Southgate and the CP Rail Lands. In our committee as a whole, we have another report that there's more land. Can we combine them together, or is it going to be a monthly thing at there that there'll be an exchange of CP Rail Land in Dundalk for Southgate? Or is there a bit of a bulk buying here so that we don't need a bylaw every week or a month to transfer land? Just, it's curious that, yeah, we're doing a bylaw to transfer lands, and then we're going to talk about another bylaw to transfer another little bit of land. Wow. I guess that's government duplicity, isn't it? Okay. Well, they usually cut me off.
Thank you. Or a matter of looking after details and making sure that we're dotting all of our I's and crossing all of our T's. So I do know that Director Taylor would like to speak, but perhaps, okay, so we're going to begin with the content answer, and then I'll look to the clerk for any procedural clarification. Director Taylor, good morning. Early good morning to you because we're not just before lunch.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and good morning to you and members of County Council and those tuning in. Thank you for the comments, Councillor Eccles. This one is a little confusing because we have had a bunch of changes in Southgate. Council may recall that there was a report back in February that looked at 4 crossings of the CP Rail Trail, 2 up in sort of the north end of Dundalk, close to the new school site, and 2 along the proposed Eco Parkway road expansion in that regard. The report that came to Committee of the Whole 3 weeks ago was essentially to add on to those 2 southerly crossings and also include a water main easement. So that's what's before you today on the council agenda, but you're quite right. There is a separate report on the Committee of the Whole agenda later today dealing with a potential land swap, if we can call it that, in sort of the heart of Dundalk with respect to some lands potentially going from the county to the township and vice versa. So it is just sort of a coincidence of timing that all this came together at the same time. But they are sort of 2 separate and distinct matters, and the individual agreements associated with both have different requirements that we work closely with township staff on and our own legal services staff. So.
Okay, thank you. And Madam Clerk? Okay, so she has nothing further to add to that. Any further discussion? Councillor Gregg?
If I could, I'd just like to compliment staff on what is a very good outcome on the new nuisance bylaw for beavers and coyotes. I think you did an excellent job consulting across broad sectors of the community and Ministry of Natural Resources and other various interested parties, and landed today with the passage of what is a very good bylaw for the county to adopt and try moving forward.
Thank you. Anything further? Okay, so this is a vote on the bylaws. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. News and celebrations. Are we beginning with anything from staff? Yep, I think Director Myers, why don't you just shine a little light on one of the activities that we have coming up at Grey Roots before we open it to the council floor.
Excellent. Thank you, Warden. Good morning, County Council. On your desks, you have an invitation to the upcoming Community Canvas Artwork Reveal. That'll be hosted in about 2 weeks on Wednesday, August 26th from 2 to 3 p.m. It's at Grey Roots Museum and Archives. We have had the real pleasure of working with Roger Mooking on a Roger Mooking experience for this one, as well as 2 local artists. So we've been building a community canvas with members of the public coming to write on it and to leave messages as well. So there's still a little bit of time to do that if anyone is interested, but we will formally unveil it on August 26th, and we would love to see you there if you're available. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Always something going on at Grey Roots. For the first time, my granddaughter and I were able to ride the special train. So we were very delighted to be there for that special event. Always members of the public, check what's happening because there's always something to do for all ages at Grey Roots. Okay, so with that then, I'll open it up to the council floor. We'll begin with alternate Councillor Koepke.
Good morning, Council, and thank you, Warden, for the opportunity to extend a warm welcome to those attending the 51st Annual Summerfolk Music and Craft Festival taking place at Castle Beach at Nawash Park in Owen Sound on this weekend. Artisans from all over will showcase their talents. There'll be lots of musical entertainment, including the Arrogant Worms and our own Tanglefoot, and there's a large children's area. Something for everyone of all ages. I invite you to attend Summerfolk this weekend in Owen Sound, and hopefully it doesn't rain.
Okay, thank you. And we'll go to Councillor Keaveney.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and good morning, everyone. And just like there's always something going on at Grey Roots, there's always something going on in Meaford. So this Saturday, August the 15th, there's a very special event at Christ Church Anglican. It's the 80th anniversary of the dedication of the World War II memorial windows. And this is a really special story where Bishop Harold Appleyard went across to Europe and collected glass from bombed churches and brought it back to create the windows at the Anglican Church. And it's quite a tourist attraction. As well, that day, there will be a special service in memory of George Stevenson, who was the first Anglican to go across to World War II and be killed. So the story is that his nephew actually found at a pub in Scotland outside the door a propeller from the plane that his uncle actually flew, and that was a Hurricane Hawker, and the propeller was being used as an umbrella stand. So now that has been brought back to the church, and there will be a dedication for that on Saturday, and they will also be celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Branch 32 Legion in Meaford. So there will be a dinner as well in the evening as a ceremony at the Cenotaph Saturday morning in honor of the Legion's 100th anniversary. So it's a big day in Meaford, and those of us traveling to Amo on Saturday are sorry to miss it, but in any event, that will be happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? We'll go to Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you very much, Warden Microsoft. While Owen Sound is already thinking about summer folk, Grey Highlands is already starting to plan our first of 3 fall fairs. The first fall fair will be happening August 29th at the Markdale Arena. The Markdale Arena does have portions that are open, so it's going to be indoors and outdoors, but all are welcome as always as we start the fall fair season. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you. Okay, anything else? All right. Oh, Councillor DeBreen.
Thank you, and through you. And while the Markdale Fall Fair is on August 29th, 30th, the Hopeville Kite Festival is also on August 29th and 30th. It will be from 12 till 5 both days, and it is located this year just south of Grey Road 9 on Southgate Road 15. So it is a free entry event, free will donation to support our local food bank. But it is, we're in for a treat. The professional flyers are coming in from all over, including Ohio, Belize, Quebec, just to name a few. So hope to see some people out and enjoy some quiet time.
Okay, thank you very much. Lots to do. All right, so with that, then we will look for a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Nielsen, seconded by the Deputy Warden. Any discussion? All those in favor? And the council portion is adjourned. And let me just, well, the technology is trading over. Okay, so we are going to be having our lunch at 12:15. I would like us to proceed into committee of the whole to identify the items that may be pulled from the consent agenda, so staff have time to prepare to come forward. So once we get to that portion of committee of the whole, we'll call a break. Okay, so I'd like to call to order this committee, the whole of August 13th, 2026. At this point in time, I'll put out a call if there are any declarations of interest. Seeing no hands raised, we'll move on. Business arising from minutes. We have healthy discussion on minutes. Delegations, we do not have any today. And so we'll go to item 5, determination of items requiring separate discussion. On the consent agenda listed in 6, we have 7 different items listed. So I'll ask if you could identify any items you wish to have a separate discussion for. Councillor Gregg.
6C, just for a point of a question. Thanks.
So question for 6C. So we'll pull that one separately. Anything else? Councillor McQueen.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Yeah, 6F.
Okay, 6F. Anything else? Okay, I'm not seeing any further hands. Therefore, we'll just tidy up then the consent agenda. It's recommended that the following consent agenda items be received and that staff be authorized to take actions necessary to give effect to the recommendations in the staff reports, and that the correspondence be supported or received for information as recommended in the consent agenda. It will be all items less item 6C as in cat and F as in frog. May I ask for a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Eccles, seconded by Councillor Mackey. Any discussion? All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you. So let's take a break now until 11:10, and then we'll carry on with the remainder of our agenda in the morning and see where we are by 12:15. Could I please invite all of our committee, of the whole members back to the horseshoe? Okay, so we are reconvening after our break and we are at item 7A, and this is with regards to Community Services Committee minutes. And in a moment, we'll call up Director Shaw to speak to that. So it's recommended that the Community Services Committee minutes dated August 6, 2026 be adopted as presented and that the following resolutions contained therein be endorsed. There are a number of them that have been outlined and highlighted here in the circulated agenda that's been made public and circulated to all committee of the whole members. So at this point in time, I will look for a mover and a seconder. Got it moved by Councillor Hutchison, seconded by Councillor Dobreen. So it's now on the floor for discussion. Welcome, Director Shaw.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and good morning, County Council. Starting off with the first recommendation, it is our Community Services Systems Planning and Compliance Analyst position. The Ministry of Education has a provincially mandated modernization initiatives over the next 5 years. They're looking at increasing requirements for IT modernization, data management, compliance monitoring, and performance measures. This is actually a really good news story. We do not have a centralized wait list for childcare in anywhere in the province. And so right now, majority of people that are looking for childcare would have to put an application into all of the existing childcare centers out there rather than having one centralized area to do it. There are many other options when it comes to early on programs, standardizing, scanning people in and out of the program. So there's a lot of that other security and safety aspects of it. The province is looking at this taking about 3 to 5 years, and there are 5 different phases. The first phase is starting this September and will continue on until September of 27, and that is again modernizing our early on. We are looking at a position in order to do this. The position itself is proposed to also expand to all of our services and community services. So for instance, in 2027, we're going to have a review under the MMH. So I'm sure there's going to be modernization recommendations coming from that. And also our housing and homelessness plan. So developing and dashboards and having a way of us to report on a number of our initiatives. Along with this comes increased data collection from the province. And as part of the CWELC program, we are now asking our childcare centers to put together business plans and do a lot of financial work and auditing that didn't happen in the past. And this position will also help some of our smaller centers in order to meet those regulatory requirements now from the province. The funding, we did receive funding from the Ministry of Education in order to assist with that. We received $46,000 for 2026, but that is prorated. There will be a different amount coming for 2027. And we also received some additional funds in early on for next year also as administrative funds. The position itself will be looking at salary, benefits, supplies, materials, travel, a computer, cell phone, all of that around the $150,000. So there are no levy dollars at this point going into it. And if at some time in the next 5 years it is required, we do have mitigation funds that we could use for that. And I'm happy to answer questions about that, or would you like me to continue with them all, Madam Warden?
Let me see. Why don't let's try to contain our discussion. So let's go ahead and just present everything and we'll zero back to what it is people would like to talk to. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next one on the list is our Canada Ontario Community Housing Initiatives and Ontario Priorities Housing Initiatives investment plans. These are 100% provincial funded. We did receive our allocation for this year. Normally we do have it before budget, but this year and last year we did not. These funds are to protect the long-term viability of community housing by supporting ongoing repairs, supporting end of operating agreements and expanding the stock. We normally work with our nonprofits with these funds too, in order to provide any capital repair funds that might be available to them. As part of the National Housing Strategy, we also have a requirement of 15 new units in order to meet the funding requirements for the province. We are proposing to keep our rent supplement program going. Right now, we have 45 rent supplements that we provide, and we're going to add 12 new rent supplements as a total towards that 15. We're looking at $500,000 towards our capital build in Dundalk, and that would provide for 3 new units. And of course, our community housing repairs funds at about 313, and those would go towards funding needs in ourselves, emergency funding needs, or funding needs for our nonprofits. Part of our priority housing would be our rental supplements again, and we also put a 10% allocation to be used towards support services. 10% is the highest that we can go according to that fund. Our next item is Garifraxa Nonprofit Homes. These are one of our 9 nonprofits that we support. Through the Housing Services Act, we have a number of not-for-profits that the county supports, and these are one of them. They had a sinkhole in their parking lot as part of all that rain we had back in April. And there were repair needs for the retaining wall and also for the driveway itself. The repairs are costing $275,000. They do have some funds available, but they also have other capital needs that are coming up. So they approached the county to see if we could provide any extra or any funding towards it. We proposed $125,000. We have $75,000 that we're going to use from our nonprofit housing general reserve and $50,000 from the COCHI initiatives that I just talked about, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. So I'll put it out if there are any questions from members of the committee of the whole. Perhaps you can refer to if it's item 1, 2, or 3 to help clarify, and then we'll look into that. Any questions? Okay, we'll begin with Councillor Eccles.
And through you, Madam Warden, and probably to Tara, it has really nothing to do with your report whatsoever, Anne-Marie. It has to do with just procedural. I noticed at the end of the meeting was adjourned by Councillor DeBreen, made the motion, and the chair seconded the motion. Procedurally, can the chair move and second motions? And that's why I'm looking towards Tara, Anne-Marie, not you.
Okay, I'll look to Madam Clerk.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Warden. I do not know the answer to that offhand. It's certainly something that I can look into. I did glance our procedural bylaw, and it doesn't speak to that. So I think the answer is probably somewhere in Robert's Rules of Order. I know that our procedure bylaw, though it doesn't speak to it, some municipalities, the chair, I believe their procedure bylaw allows for the chair to adjourn meetings, but it is unclear to me what proper protocol would be in our circumstances. So I can certainly look into that. I think we would have fun looking into that for you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you very much, Ward Microsoft. To Councillor Eccles, if my motion to adjourn was incorrect, I apologize for the world record of the longest Community Services Committee, as it is still currently running.
Thank you. Anything else? Councillor McQueen?
Just to follow up to the question, I know with procedural, I know with our Grey Highlands, we allow the chair to second, but won't allow the chair to move. So the meeting may be over with.
We'll find out.
Thank you. Okay, so if there's no further discussion or questions for Director Shaw, I'll call the question then. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you very much, Director Shaw. Okay, so we're going to move on now to item 7B. And in fact, we're going to, in 7B, C, and D, we're going to see a lot of Director McNabb. So let's get started on this part here. The first one is Item 7B, it's recommended that the 2027 response time performance plan as outlined in the report PSR CW 0426 be approved and submitted to the Ministry of Health. May I ask for a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Nielsen, seconded by Councillor Eccles. It's now on the floor for discussion. Welcome, Director McNabb.
Good morning, Warden County Council. I did bring a friend and I'll introduce Jessica when she comes up here, but anyways, knowing that I have 3 reports, so I'll try to keep them short that I might be before lunch, so. Okay, so each year we have to develop a response time plan for the upcoming year. And wait, sorry, have a response time. Oh, okay. Each year we have to develop a response time performance plan prior to October 1st and then submit it to the ministry prior to the end of October. This plan is to cover the 2027 year. And in March of next year, we'll report on the response times from 2026. So this chart, it lays out our response time plan. It also gives you what the 2025 response time performance was, and then also up till June 2026 or June 30th, 2026, and then also our 5-year average. The response times that we have were developed back in 2012 when this new response time framework was first implemented, and the times were took from how we were achieving goals at that point. We haven't changed the response times other than in 2017. We improved upon the CTAS 1 response time from 50% to 60%. And we also moved the CTAS 3, 4, and 5 from 30 minutes down to 20 minutes. So we've improved upon those response times. Sudden cardiac arrest is 6 minutes or less, and we as a municipality can set the percentage. CTAS 1 is set at 8 minutes, and we as a municipality could set the percentage of how often we are able to achieve that goal. CTAS 2, 3, 4, and 5, the municipality can set the response time as well as the percentage. So if you can see our targets, it's 40% of the time for cardiac arrest in 6 minutes or less. For CTAS 1, it's 8 minutes, 60%. And then CTAS 2 is 15 minutes at 90%. And then CTAS 3, 4, and 5 are all at 90% for 20 minutes. Just to give you an idea about also how we look at calls, we also look at just all code floors together as opposed to breaking up by CTAS. And you can see we've been in that 15-minute range for quite some time, 15:32 in 2025 and 15:40 this year. And this has been around 15 minutes since almost back in 1996 when the last response time standard was. We measure by 90th percentile because that gives us under normal usage what time you can expect the ambulance to get to the scene 9 times out of 10 in the county. And that's from the time the pager goes off until the time we arrive at the scene. So if you look at that, if you build in a shoot time of when the pager goes off in the base, it takes you a minute and a half to get in the truck and figure out where you're going. 9 times out of 10 in gray so far this year, we're at the scene 15 minutes and 40 seconds, 9 times out of 10. We also look at average response times. Doesn't really tell you a lot, like as far as because there's lots of 2-minute response times and maybe 28-minute response times, but it's just a good gauge that we keep an eye on average to see if that's going up or down. And it's typically in this 7-minute range. So if approved, this will be what will be submitted to the ministry this year. Again, everything will remain the same, but that'll be submitted in and then they'll be published for people to see. Just in regards to call volume, this year so far, up until June, we've seen a 3% increase in call volume. If you look at last year, we had almost a 9% increase in call volume last year. And that's why it's important not to just look 1 year at a time. You have to look at over periods of 5 years and 10 years to see. And if you see below the last bullet, over the last 5 years, it's a 43% increase in call volume. And the last 5 years, we're looking about averaging about a 6.6% per year. The ORH study, they're looking at predicting about 5.8% over the next 10 years, beginning in 2023. So it's fairly close to what they're predicting. But there are times where you see a 1% and then you see a 9% and they kind of just average out. So we are doing a comprehensive deployment review update. This will be a check-in. We're just below the midway point of the plan. And the results of that review will be coming out later this year. We're looking at call volumes, predicted call volumes, response times, asking questions about, looking at population growth to see if it's remained the same, looking at our basis, the locations, shift patterns, staffing, and just kind of comparing it to what we have in place right now to make sure it's on track to be able to meet our intention of maintaining those response times in around that 15 minutes for code 4 calls. So the results of that review will end up coming forward later this year in 2026 to be able to present, to receive. Also happening, and Jessica will talk about this in a minute, there's a new triage tool. The current triage tool it's more, I'd say, outdated now. This is a new tool that will allow better prioritization of calls. And again, I'll let Jessica talk about that, but we look forward to that to help again with our more immediate threats and life-threatening calls. It'll really aid with it. Also happening right now is, we've been talking about this for a little over a year now. They are re-looking at the response time standard. In November of 25, they took it out of the regulation and brought it into a standard. And they've kept the current framework. But most likely what you'll see is a new framework that'll look more at a urban, rural, and remote framework in response to code 4 calls. But that has not been finished yet. I have seen the final. I'm fortunate to be able to be on the committee. So hopefully that moves forward in the next year or so. Taking questions.
Okay, thank you. So we'll focus our questions on the response time performance plan. It being noted that item 7C will be a chance for us to ask more questions, both of Director McNabb, but also our Deputy Chief of Paramedic Services for the medical priority dispatch system. So let's save any questions on that until we get to item 7C. But with regards to the performance plan, any questions? Deputy Warden.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and thank you, Kevin, for that report. It's always interesting to see the numbers. You indicated that the average response time is 15 minutes plus or minus for 30 some odd years. Where's the pinch point on that one? And why is that not advancing, getting better? Is it just because physically we've got not enough people and too much geography, or the trucks don't levitate yet? Or what is the real reason why that number just doesn't seem to move? Please.
In rural Ontario, I think the biggest thing that we face is geography, as far as being able to respond. And we're talking 9 times out of 10 or the 90th percentile. So it really gives you only 10% of the calls that could be above that time. And when you look at the mapping that we're doing around bases and being able to spread out our resources, we're trying to tackle those areas to try to improve upon them, recognizing also that those areas are lower density, lower call volume. So being able to find the best way to match resources with density versus area, that's why we asked to have RH to help guide us in that. But so I would say, so there's a combination here. One is the large geography of Grey County, and then it's also rising in call volumes. Both of those, I would say, are the major factors. Considering the size of our county and being able to say that 9 times out of 10 that we're arriving, in a drive time of 13.5 to 14 minutes when you include shoot time, we're working pretty hard. Like we don't leave areas uncovered. We're moved multiple standbys to be able to cover those areas off to split differences. There's a lot of work that goes in the background. The call that's just happened, we know what resources are going, what's needed, but nobody really sees the planning that goes in the background to say, well, what happens when the next call happens? We're trying to put resources in place for the call that hasn't happened yet. So it's not just about responding to the call. It's about thinking about where the next call is going to be and try to minimizing that next response in case something happens and it's hard to predict.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Councillor Keaveney.
Thank you, Madam Warden. And Director McNabb, may I ask you how much of a challenge is Google mapping in terms of new addressing, new civic addressing getting uploaded into Google Maps? And is that creating any issue for you in finding those new addresses?
I would say that we have a fairly extensive GIS team. That so when there are new streets, they're in constant contact with their dispatch center and be able to update those maps. I think sometimes we end up in new developments where it may be a private road or a private area that doesn't get updated. Sometimes those take longer, and we sometimes enter, like when we see it, look at a response time, we see that that wasn't indicated. So we do have mechanisms to trigger when our response times aren't met. We look at the reasons why, and sometimes that's able to trigger that there's a mapping updated required. But our dispatch generally has, I would say, almost always the most up-to-date map. In the vehicles, the CAC, the dispatch center, they send the location with the coordinates to the vehicle, which has been an update that's been in place now probably since 2021, like having the map already displayed in the truck. And we use Waze for it. So we're able to bring in road closures and stuff like that, which has significantly helped the response. There's some addresses, if you're not, like if we have a paramedic working in Gray, they could have grew up in Craigleith and they have to work in Hanover. Having that ability, you know, to get in the truck and to know where you're going really helps. And so we tried it with that. But yeah, I would say, you know, there's lots of work in the background to ensure that the GIS information is up to date at dispatch, and they're always overlaying those new roads into the CAD. I'm not saying it's perfect, but they do work hard to make sure nothing's missed.
Okay, anything else? Councillor McKay, sorry, Mackey. You get my dessert at lunch.
Well, Warden, I can say that you're not the first person that's made that mistake. Thank you. Kevin, thank you very much for the report. And I'm impressed with our response times. I had the opportunity to witness the response times to my mother's house a couple of days ago, and I was very impressed. She is quite rurally located, and the length of time was less than what I anticipated the ambulance arriving. So, and the crew did a wonderful job looking after. My question is, in regards to the response times, how does our winter weather factor into or do we have any idea what our inclement winter weather does to our response times? Thank you.
Yeah, generally winter will play a role in this, whether it's icy roads or can't see and stuff like that. Again, that falls into that 10% range of anomalies. Like can't like say off the top of my head like what the time difference is, but you see it that when we look at response times where we didn't meet the target, that the weather is related. Like we ask the crew when the call closes, why did it take you this long to get to the call? And then usually it's generally the two most common are distance and weather.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McKay.
Thank you, Warden. Through you, Kevin, do you keep stats on AED calls private, like the ones that are in the public hands? And that how many times they're used? And are they worthwhile having these ones in certain places? I guess arenas, yes, but thanks.
One of the issues with the response time framework, and we've talked about data a fair bit, is actually using that data towards ours and getting those times back. Like typically it's based only when the ambulance arrives. But are AEDs necessary? Yeah, they are. If you have one AED work once a year, that depends who it's for, I guess, but I would say it's worth it no matter what. I hope someday that AEDs are in every home. That's where it needs to be. Most cardiac arrests happen in the home. That's probably where they need to get to. Right now, it's been mandated to be on job sites. But you know, I'd say we have a fairly strong program here in Gray that part of the paramedic services budget is to maintain. over the 200 that we have. We ensure that there's batteries and pads and that they're doing their checks, that they're ready to go when they're needed. But I really hope a day comes that we expand a DFib. Maybe it gets to be $300 or $500, that people can afford them in their homes. And, but yeah, we do use public access DFibs. We've had them in arenas. We've used them in different places yet. I would say it's worthwhile to keep going with it.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Counselor Gregg and then to alternate Counselor Kepke.
Thank you. Kevin, my question is, how do hospital offloading requirements impact your response times? And certainly it was a significant challenge going back a few years. You're having your resources, I don't want to say tied up, but being required for prolonged periods of time at hospitals offloading. How are we comparing now to the challenges of a few years ago, and what are the impacts of that still on the plan that you're putting forward?
Yeah, prior probably to 2022, I would say we really didn't have an offload problem. But in 2022, we have seen increases, particularly in Owen Sound and in Collingwood in the wintertime. I can't say enough about Bright Shores of how they've tried to do things to help. We have the Fit to Sit program now. We have extra offload stretchers. We have an offload duty nurse, which we've asked for more funding to be able to have a nurse available. We haven't received that yet. They only probably give us a quarter of what we need for that program to support the hospital. We hope that that'll increase this year, but it does create issues. Like in Owen Sound, which is our busiest center, on busy days, it can be not uncommon to have 4 or 5 ambulances sitting and waiting for a bed. And so then it's a communication between supervisor and the nurse and crews. Sometimes we double up patients, stuff like that. But no, it can be challenging at times, and it always seems to happen when you're the busiest too. Like typically it's flu season, Merge is busy, most likely because we were busy.
Okay, alternate.
Part of the ORH review will be to be looking at that again, and they will be able to comment on it.
Thank you. Through you, Warden, to Kevin. My question is more regarding communication. And I wondered, when a call comes in and it's answered by whatever services are required to go there, is it communicated to the incident how long approximately resources may be coming?
That's one thing our dispatch center will not do. I don't believe that they will say that time. They will reassure them that they've been dispatched and on their way. But I don't believe that they actually give a time, because that could change. If they're going to be delayed, they will call back, within, I believe it's 30 minutes to do a check-in. But they do not say they're going to be 6 or 7 minutes or whatever that time is.
Okay, any further questions on this one? All right, not seeing any further hands. All those in favor? Okay, that motion is carried. Thank you. So we will now move on to item 7C. It's recommended that report PSR CW 0626 regarding the medical priority dispatch system be received for information. May I ask for a mover and a seconder? Got it moved by Councillor Pringle, seconded by Councillor Patterson. It's on the floor for discussion. So Director McNabb, I understand you are going to be introducing Deputy Chief Rob for this one as well.
Yes, thank you, Warden and Council. Yeah, it's my pleasure to introduce Jessica Robb, who is our Deputy Chief of Operations, and she's done the majority of the work on this implementation. It's been quite a process to get to where it is today. There's a lot of work that goes in the background to implement this, and so who best to tell you about it than her? So, take her away.
Good morning, Warden. All right, councilors, thank you for having me. So it is the recommendation of our department that we present this report for your information and understanding of how the implementation of this new system will impact the community. On October 14th of this year, our CAC London Dispatch Center is going to be changing to a new dispatch system known as the Medical Priority Dispatch System, or MPDS is what we call it. So this new system is being implemented by the Ministry of Health. They're rolling it out province-wide, and about half of the province has transitioned so far to date. It's going to be replacing our current system, which we call DPCI. It's been in place since the early 90s. And the goal of this new system is to optimize the resources across the county and get our paramedics to the sickest and most at-risk patients first. This chart represents a comparison of the old model versus the new model. Under DPCI, you'll see code 4 and code 3 were the only level of priority calls for the community. So these two categories would be all inclusive of any medical emergency coming in through the 911 system. Whereas the MPDS has divided it down into 5 different priority levels. So under the current DPCI, a person experiencing vomiting or a laceration, a heart attack, or a cardiac arrest could all be assigned as a code 4 response. These calls would be entered into the queue as they're received and then dispatched on a first come, first served basis. Under the new MPDS, dispatchers are going to be able to better prioritize medical conditions and divert ambulances to areas when an immediate life threat is identified. So if there is a unit that is assigned on a priority basis for a patient with a laceration, and if they've been identified as the closest unit to a cardiac arrest that comes in, they will be diverted to the patient who has the greater need for timely care. So in addition to being able to improve the triaging of medical emergencies, some key changes include best unit assignments, low priority thresholds, and region critical counts, all of which will help us improve our emergency coverage across the county. It also gives us an opportunity to better prioritize interfacility transfers to balance our community needs with the hospital needs. MPDS is clinically validated as safe and reliable way to triage medical conditions, and there's quality assurance programs in place, including a dispatch review committee in each jurisdiction, and they continuously review calls as they come in and the impacts of the wait times. Communities are going to see improved prioritization of life-threatening emergencies, more efficient operations, more sustainable programmings. There may be community members with lower needs who experience delays for service, and healthcare facilities will see changes in how transfers are prioritized. So to make sure that we are prepared, we've taken a number of steps. We've met with all of the fire chiefs in the county, and we've all been able to agree that the translation of responses from the current DPCI to MPDS will maintain the same level of response that the community is receiving now. Our deployment and utilization strategy has been updated to account for resource allocation, wait times, and thresholds. Staff education has been built in short, online, digestible modules for staff to complete at their ability. We have staff who are sitting on regional change management and dispatch review committees that will continue throughout the transition and afterwards. And we have ongoing engagement sessions with our hospitals, long-term care, fire, and police departments. So dispatch operations are governed by the Ministry of Health, and they develop this patient journey, which outlines how emergency calls are received and how they're prioritized in the queue. And then we take that information and create a plan for the deployment to the emergency calls based on our local resources and capacity. No changes to funding, staffing, or resources is anticipated to facilitate this change, and we're confident we're prepared for a seamless transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those details and the explanation about what it means differently and how you've been able to parse it now into the color coding instead of grouped together. It sounds like it must be a very exciting transition for you. Yeah, absolutely. All right. So with that, any questions? Deputy Warden.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and thank you, Jessica, for the report, for the discussion there. When an airplane's taking off, there's a certain point of no return. They must continue to what would be the point of no return for an ambulance responding to an incident of low acuity, but before they would not be diverted? Like, would it be literally they turn in the gate? Nope, we're not going there. We're going further. Or is there a point of no return where they would respond to a certain call before they would be diverted? Please.
Yeah, it would be my understanding that that would be at the time of patient contact. So should a higher acuity call come in, if that ambulance hasn't made patient contact, they could be diverted.
Okay, thank you. Great question. Oh, Counselor Heavney.
Thank you, Madam Warden. And Jessica, I'm just wondering, in relation to your conversations with our fire departments as municipalities, should we be concerned that there may be a greater number of medical calls coming to our fire departments? Are we prepared for that? Just thinking as you're talking about the transition period and the possible diversion of certain calls, I'm just asking, should our fire departments be prepared for a greater number of calls?
Thank you. I can't predict what's gonna happen. But I don't believe so. I think actually this progress is gonna make us make sure that we have the right resources going at the right times instead of having system overwhelm. And we were very clear when we sat, the fire chiefs were very receptive to working as a team. And we talked through a lot of the points when we talked about things like MVCs, where a low priority MVC or motor vehicle collision might experience a delay in paramedics arriving because it's triaged as a green. But they would still be dispatched to it. But we talked about how that would be important because they have other roles to play when it comes to scene safety and protecting of the scene and things. They have a lot of other things that they provide, not necessarily based on patient contact. So the way that a patient is triaged doesn't necessarily relate to our need for allied agencies on scene. Is that fair?
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Counselor Dobry.
Thank you, Warden. And Jessica, just to the Deputy Warden's question and your answer, I can't imagine seeing an ambulance pulling up my laneway and then having them diverted because they haven't actually made patient contact. I wondered at some point we have other buses, covering the area or doing things, but is it communicated to the caller their level of priority when the call comes in? In this instance, you see the ambulance coming down your farm laneway and then backing out and leaving. I can't imagine the feeling of the patient wondering, I'm going to bleed to death, or could you just please assure us that there's other methods in place that diversion would be a last resort, or the communication to the caller or patient, they understand that they're not a priority? How does that work?
Okay, just before you speak, I do see Director McNabb is also lining up to be able to facilitate in both of you responding. Keeping in mind too that what you're describing to us is a practice that's already in place. It's just using the old system right now. So I'm hearing, if we understand correctly, from Director McNabb's first response to the deputy warden, or sorry, to the deputy chief, that this has always been in play. There's always been that question of when is the point of no return on the old numbered system. Now it's just further refined into the color system. So I guess that question may arise more frequently than it might have when it was just a simple 1, 2, 3. So with that, I invite the deputy chief to respond and lean into Director McNabb if you prefer.
Thank you. I can say that it is a current practice. As you saw in the chart, there is a code 3 and code 4 priority currently. So if an ambulance was dispatched on a code 3 or a low priority call and a code 4 or a higher priority call came in, they would be rediverted to that if they were the closest unit. So it is an ongoing practice. Prior to paramedics arriving on scene, the patient would be in kind of the care and control of the dispatch center and be maintaining communications with them. I don't think I could fairly speak to their policies, but as Director McNabb mentioned, they do have regular point contacts where they call back and make contact with the patient based on their acuity. I would invite Kevin to answer anything further that I might be missing.
Patients are always advised if the condition changes to call back. And there also is check-ins. I believe it's 30 minutes. Just recognizing here, like the likelihood of that happening is small. But the thing is now even better with this new priority tool, if we're pulling somebody off for a cardiac arrest from somebody now that isn't imminently dying, it's to help that other person. These are difficult discussions and conversations, but it's with the best intent to do the most for the most critical. So I feel for what you're saying, like it's not great. And there's most likely we get an inquiry about why the ambulance left. And potentially the patient family could call and say, I think the ambulance they think they might have the wrong address, stuff like that. But those type of conversations would take place if they call back. I know because we talked about this before in the past about outside of the 30 minutes, like they don't give times. And I can see some reasons for that, but I'm not sure. Like when I look at our like when we measure code 4 times, we measure from the time the pager goes off to the time we arrive, because code 4 life and death calls can't be held. Like they have to be dispatched right out. Code 3 calls are now when you look at your green, yellow, and orange, they can be held. And that we call that a T1 time, not a T2 time. When we look at if we look at it today, like our T1 time, the time of the call received at the CAC to the time we arrive for code 3s, again, back to these green, yellow, and orange, in 2026, it's 25 minutes. So these are lower priority emergency calls, 9 times out of 10, even including the hold time, is still pretty good on a 9 times out of 10. But can it happen? Yeah, but hopefully, I look, there's nothing more frustrating as a paramedic that, that somebody, they may be vomiting and short of breath. Today it's a code 4, and then a cardiac arrest happens around the corner. We can't be taken off that call. I feel for the person that's short of breath and vomiting, but that's not an immediate threat. And now I have to wait for an ambulance to go to the cardiac arrest that's 10 minutes away where I could just go. And we can't do that today. Tomorrow we can, or October we can.
Follow up?
And thank you. Totally understand. Just when it's said out loud and being recorded, it's often misinterpreted, and the perception, they don't always have that information. And I appreciate the deputy chief's comments about, and yours, about callbacks. They're in touch with the patient, they're monitoring their situation. So the communication piece is so critical, and looking forward to this helping you deliver the service that you so want to do.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? All right, not seeing any further hands, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you very much, Deputy Chief. We appreciate your introduction to that transition system. But the Director McNabb will hold on to you for one more for item 7D. It's recommended that report PSR CW 0526 regarding the 2025 Land Ambulance Service Review results be received for information. May I ask for a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Hutchinson, seconded by Councillor Keaveney. It's on the floor for discussion. Director McNabb, the lectern is yours.
Good morning again, Warden and County Council. Really happy to be here today to talk about this, the results of our last service review. Every 3 years, we go through a service review here. It lasts a couple of days. And the last one that took place was last October on the 15th and 16th. It's held by the, or performed by the Ministry of Health, Emergency Health Regulatory and Accountability Branch. And again, they spend a couple of days on site more or less going through our entire service, looking at patient care, quality assurance and administration. Literally, I would say thousands of data points. They have a team lead and then they have a management lead and a paramedic lead. They also bring somebody from fleet services from the ministry to look at our vehicles. And then they also bring paramedics to look at multiple factors from the bases to the vehicles they go to the hospitals to look at patient care. They audit our ACRs. So they really go through more or less every entity of the service delivery that we offer here. And they compare it to the standard and the regulations that we must follow to operate an ambulance service. So the review outcome, we met all the requirements of the Ministry of Health Service Review, and we were recommended for a 3-year extension of our license, and that was in June of this year. We did get observations. There was 9 in total. 4 of them were around documentation. We also had an observation around deployment in regards to staffing and meeting the deployment plan. We had a paramedic that had an immunization that didn't have a signature on it, but was corrected. A paramedic that didn't have their ID on their person. It was a bit of a contention. It was in her sweater and inside the base, but it was on her person. But anyways, that's fine. Loose equipment behind the vehicles, like gloves and stuff like that, and 4. And then a couple around egress stickers and some certification documents that we just had to fix up. So the observations primarily related to the staffing, documentation, and administrative processes. None of the observations prevented the renewal. And we submitted all our responses, corrected everything that was identified, mostly at the time, and then also over the period of time between the review, the summary report, and the final report. We built the service here around the regulation and standards. Everything that we do revolves around them. All our processes and all the things that we have in place are to meet them day in and day out. And I think that speaks to the work that the paramedics do, the supervisors, the managers, the administrative staff, and then also the support that comes from county council and the SMT and all the departments. Got to give a shout out to our maintenance staff that maintain our vehicles top notch and all our equipment, do the testing on it. And then whether it's IT or finance or clerks with our agreements, we touch almost every department in this county, and it makes a difference when it comes to the service review. There's a lot of work to get ready for it, but really what it is just looking at all the evidence that we do over the last 3 years to be able to show them all our processes and what we have in place. So really happy for the team. It was very successful, even though we had some observations, but I would say just an excellent job all around. So, and we continued to learn from these observations and put things in place to help shore it up. I don't know if we'll ever get rid of the documentation. I hope someday that we will, but I don't think so. So there's always going to be something that they'll find when they're auditing multiple data points on an ambulance call report. But again, we'll continue to try to make that better each time and make it a service that everybody's proud of. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for highlighting that it's a teamwork in progress to make sure that all the various departments contribute to that success that you've described. So congratulations to your participation, but thank you also for mentioning the other departments. I understand the Deputy CAO would like to have a few words before I open it to committee of the whole members.
Thank you very much, Madam Warden. So over the last year or so, as I've had the opportunity to work with Kevin and members of Kevin's team, Kevin comes across as an incredibly quiet-spoken gentleman. He effuses modesty when it comes to the service. We discussed whether or not to even put those 9 things in. These are 9 things where somebody had a card in a sweater that wasn't on their person at the time. These are very, very minor things that the team spent a week looking for. I had the opportunity to delve in and meet the team that came in to start the inspection work, and I met them at the start and I met them at the end. And I saw them midway through. And midway through this room here, the table was covered from one end to the other with pieces of paper that they were sifting through and looking for things that the team can improve on. Kevin leads an incredible team of both his management team, and the frontline paramedics do an outstanding body of work. This we present this report in Kevin's modest tenure and tone, but this is a shining example of what Grey County does incredibly well. We have a paramedic team that as a council, I am sure and I know you are proud of, and this report really does offer glowing praise for the work of Kevin's management team, and every single one of our frontline paramedics that provide daily service inside and out to members of community at Grey County. And so I'd like to offer my congratulations as well to Kevin on an outstanding job, and hopefully I have been a little conveyed some of my enthusiasm for the work of Kevin and his team, and tried to beat down some of Kevin's modesty on this one, because it really is a triumph.
Excellent, thank you. So let me open it up to the floor for questions or comments. We'll begin with alternate Councillor Kepke.
Thank you, Warden, and to you, Kevin. Congratulations as well extended on your service that you do provide. My question's regarding the first observation, deployment staffing and maintaining sufficient staff. How's that being handled?
Staffing over the last 5 years, I'd say since COVID, has been difficult. Attracting staff, getting staff to work, is able to meet the needs of the deployment plan. It has been tough. And so when you look at the numbers, we're filling between 96 to 97% of the shifts, but we're still not 100%. So, but we continue to work on that. The way we do things here, we offer overtime on areas where we have known where we sometimes have more absences, like on weekends. If we can, we up staff ahead of time. There's some people to try to absorb those first number of book offs to be able to maintain. We can pull from our CP program. We have supervisors that can work. We have on call that comes in. We have managers to back up. I come in at Christmas, it's ongoing. I must say though, every year it gets better. We went through this in 2004. I would say it was probably worse then. We're coming out of it. It's not over yet. We're not unlike other places. There may be some services in Ontario that aren't having trouble, but I would say most are still having trouble or just coming out of it as well. I just and also through this we've had growth, and I just kind of anticipated maybe a question around this. So I did write some numbers just to have available. Like so far this year, we're still sitting around 96.5% of the shifts that we're filling, so 3.5 that we're not. That equals to 274. But I go back in the last 2 years, we've added 2,555 shifts. So we're still 2,200 more than we were 2 years ago this time when we had down staffing. So it is not fixed yet, but we are working on it. At one time, we used to only hire once a year. Now we hire twice a year. But each year it gets better. And again, I would say we're coming out of it, but we're not out of it yet.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions or comments? Okay, I'm not seeing any further hands. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you again, and thank you to all of your team. So with that, yes, appropriately, with 10 minutes before we know our lunch is about to arrive, I'm going to read out the recommended motion. That might take me 5 minutes because this one's a little bit long, and it's not a committee committee motion where I can refer to what's already been published. I think this one needs to be read for clarity. So it is recommended that report PDR CW 3426 be received, and that the land exchange between the county and the township of Southgate for nominal consideration for the following lands abutting the CP rail trail in Dundalk be approved to align with the township of Southgate's long-term plans for the section of Dundalk. The county lands described as part of lot 229, concession 2, southwest of the Toronto and Sydenham Road, being part 1 in the attached draft reference plan, be transferred to Southgate. the township lands described as part of Lot 229 concession to southwest of the Toronto and Sydenham Road being parts 12 and 13 in the attached reference plan be transferred to the county, and that the county waive the requirement for a bylaw to execute the land transfer agreement as set out in the county's sale of land procedure GGEN 0030001 and acquisition of land procedure GGEN 0030002 and any successor thereto, and that the warden and clerk be authorized to execute the land exchange agreement once finalized, and that the staff be directed to incorporate language into the land exchange agreement to address the cost sharing arrangements between the county and Southgate that were previously outlined in the cost sharing agreement dated October 6, 2021, to the extent required based on the new long-term plans for this area of Dundalk, and that staff be directed to release various parcels of land from the cost-sharing agreement registered in the Land Registry Office of Gray, number 16, as instrument GY215030, as deemed necessary to effect the long-term plans for this area of Dundalk and deemed appropriate through consultation with the Director of Planning, CAO and Deputy CAO, and the County Solicitor, and that staff be authorized to carry out the above prior to the County Council approval as per section 26.6B of our procedural bylaw 513422. May I ask for a mover and a seconder? Moved by the Deputy Warden. Yeah, that's right. Could you repeat that? And seconded by Councillor Dobreen. It's now on the floor for discussion. Welcome, Director Taylor, to the lectern.
Thanks, Madam Warden. And this report was truly a team effort between legal services, clerks and planning. The downside of a team effort between legal services, clerks and planning is you get a motion like you just read. So appreciate your patience. This is just very briefly following up on a past closed session discussion where staff received direction back in September 2025, and that was to work with Township of Southgate staff to investigate a potential land swap, if you will. And these lands are alongside the CP Rail Trail, as we talked about earlier in council, right in downtown Dundalk, and essentially the county would be trading land sort of on the east side of the trail for lands on the west side of the trail with the township. And as some might recall, there was a land donation agreement done back in 2021 when the township was looking at a new medical clinic in this area. And there were some commitments through that land donation agreement that Southgate took on as part of that agreement. In speaking further with township staff, there's some of those commitments that are no longer relevant now that the medical clinic plans might be changed. And as such, through this motion and this report, we're looking for some leeway to release some of those commitments, but still continue on with some, including some of the trail upgrades and the need for exploration of future parking in this area. Council may recall there was a further land sale to Midwest Co-op in 2024. That sale has been completed, and the old mill building just near here has since been torn down. So Southgate staff took this matter to their council on August 5th. At that time, Southgate staff outlined sort of the long-term plans for this area, including a series of potential changes between the county and township, which we're hearing about today, and also further discussions between the township and Midwest Co-op in that regard. With that report, Township Council supported this land swap. And if you will, the lands really are a like for like, and they're being traded in an as-is condition. The only reason why on map 2 the lands look slightly larger that the county is getting is because Part 12 currently contains a small hydro easement. So in order for the county to get a similar sized parcel, which is Part 13 to Part 1, which they're trading, we didn't count those hydro easement lands in the total. And then finally, the reason for the motion being quite as long as it is because we are coming up to the restricted acts deadline under the municipal act, and to make sure we're keeping with the legislative requirements in this regard. We've consulted with both the clerk and legal services, and as such, there's clauses in the motion which, if supported today, would allow for this land transfer agreement or land exchange agreement to be finalized without the need for a bylaw coming back to council. There is documentation in the report, the direction under which staff would be negotiating that agreement. So if council supports this recommendation here today, it would simply not require that bylaw. With that, I'm happy to turn it back to you, Madam Warden, but I just note that we have both the clerk and Ms. Lacey Thompson in the back if there are any technical questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that introduction. So with that, I'll put it out to committee of the whole. Any questions or comments? Okay, we'll go to Councillor Eccles.
Just for clarity, the reason that we're not doing the bylaw is because of lame duck period may or may not kick in. But if we did the motion today to prepare the bylaw, would that not step ahead? That it was granted to be prepared before lame duck? I guess it's a timing issue. You just feel a little at ease that we do everything by bylaw, and yet on something that is at that time sensitive that we need to bypass that procedure.
Okay, so I think I'm going to begin with the clerk. I'll start with Madam Clerk.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Warden. As staff, I think we can relate to your somewhat discomfort in proceeding without a bylaw. However, my understanding is that this is a time-sensitive matter, but perhaps Director Taylor could elaborate on that a little bit. This is the last regular meeting that we have scheduled for County Council before we may go into the lame duck position next Friday on the 21st. And the next meeting would be September 10th. So the bylaw would be the final step in that approval process, having it passed by County Council. And unfortunately, if we are in a lame duck position in September, that bylaw isn't able to be passed because it's one of the restricted acts in the Municipal Act. So this is the last possible time as staff we felt we could bring it forward and still fit the legislative framework that we're working within. Okay, Director Taylor, did you want to add anything to that?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Warden. I don't have a lot to add here. I will say that both the clerk and legal services department were very helpful in this, and we talked about all options, including would we schedule a separate county council meeting after this ahead of that restricted acts period. In this case, the reason staff put this forward on the agenda today is because we had that past closed session discussion approximately a year ago, so September 2025, and we do understand in talking with the township that this is a small piece of the larger plans for downtown Dundalk, some of which are time sensitive on their end. So while this might not be a extreme time sensitive priority to the County of Grey, we think in working with the township as a municipal partner, and certainly through the warden, invite any comments from our township of Southgate representatives here today. We thought it was best to put this on the agenda for council's consideration to see the feedback here today.
Okay, anything else? All right, I don't see any further hands then. You have the information in front of us. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you very much, Director Taylor. And Madam Clerk, I'll just consult with you in terms of timing. Okay, so at some point we will break for lunch when we know that it's arrived, but we're going to keep working until that happens. So with that, then I would like to go to item 7F. And it is recommended that staff report PDR CW 2826 regarding the pursuit of an upper tier community improvement plan for Grey County be received, and that the committee of the whole hereby direct staff to add the county CIP as a project within the 10-year capital budget from 2027 to 2036 for the planning department to include it within the development charges background study. And we'll hear from Senior Policy Planner Buckton in just a moment. I'll ask for a mover and a seconder to get it on the floor. We've got it moved by Councillor Dobreen, seconded by alternate Councillor Kepke. It's now on the floor for discussion. Welcome. What might be just ahead of lunch.
Thank you so very much. And planners are going to get a reputation here, right? Thank you so much. Really glad to be here today. Are you able to control that from your end? Or, yep, okay. Amazing, thank you. So we will be brief in the event that lunch just arrives the second I started talking there, as Murphy's Law often dictates. So we'll jump right in. So as you noted, the report focuses around community improvement plans and contemplating a plan for Grey County at the upper tier level. I thought I better start where we usually need to start, which is what is a community improvement plan? I think those around this table will know, but for anybody else who may be watching or listening in, a community improvement plan is a flexible tool under the Planning Act that allows municipalities to offer targeted incentives to support various different community projects or outcomes. Oftentimes there are prohibitions, for example, within the Municipal Act around bonusing or providing incentives, but this tool creates the framework within which we can do so legally. And so various different program types can be part of a community improvement plan. I know that councillors are familiar with the tax increment equivalent grants, and we've seen some of those at the county level in conjunction with lower tier CIP initiatives. There's a variety of other tools that can be enacted through CIP, such as grants and loans. And the CIP document itself outlines the criteria that would apply for eligibility and the program itself. So the county has, since 2019, administered a countywide CIP program, but that has been implemented through member municipalities and their local official plans. So up until just recently, upper tier municipalities required to be prescribed to have an upper tier CIP. And I might be getting a little ahead of myself a slide or two, but that has changed with Bill 60, and we can now have an upper tier plan. So through the existing program, the county has supported local municipalities with the CIP program design. We have provided a templated document kind of outlining how those CIPs might be structured. We've supported with some coordination and monitoring, and I know Savannah's team keeps some stats and does reporting back to county council around our participation with those programs as well. And we have offered and do offer aligned heritage tax rebates and tax incremental equivalent grants, again, for those local CIP supported projects. As I noted, there has been changes to legislation that would allow for upper tier CIPs upper tier municipalities to have CIPs, but it is a scoped list of matters that those upper tier CIPs can address. So I've just listed those here on this slide, but would highlight affordable housing as being one of those items in particular, also including infrastructure and lands and buildings with respect to transit corridors. So also on the screen, we've got a lovely image there of the Housing Action Plan. So that had been endorsed by County Council in 2023. And within that document, there is a stated intent to maintain those CIP-related incentives to support the local municipalities in that and to look at upper tier complementary programs. When that plan was written, we didn't have the ability at that point in time to have an upper tier CIP, although there had been interim reports over the past couple of years that have contemplated that idea. We had been seeking some direction to reach out to the province to determine how to be prescribed for a CIP around the time that Bill 60 was enacted and put that permission in place anyways. So, I think CIPs are nimble tools. We can tailor it the way that would be helpful for us. But through that lens of application to housing, I do think that a county CIP could really support that strategic targeting of incentives towards projects that we think are needed to develop that more balanced housing mix. I think the market is definitely delivering the housing that the market can, but affordable housing in particular is very difficult to pencil out. And not all creators of affordable housing have access to readily available capital or financial tools very early in their processes. And so I think there could be some strategy around where we could place those incentives in the process to support those housing types we need. I think that CAP could create greater ease and flexibility as well for use of surplus municipal lands and partnerships around those lands. There are some provisions within a CAP program that you could create to allow for reduced cost transfers of lands, for example, for projects. Could be looking again at targeting and filling those gaps in the other early funding opportunities to try and bring life to those projects that might otherwise struggle in the early phases. And then I think there is a great opportunity to be looking at a upper tier CIP in the context of there also being lower tier CIPs, and how does that work together, and how do we tailor the staffing around those CIP incentives. And so I think there's a great opportunity to figure out how do we design that so that we can work together. So we're bringing this forward not with a CIP prepared and ready to go, but suggesting that if council would have an interest in pursuing an upper tier CIP, now might be an opportune time to express that intent. We are undertaking the development charges background study. And so our thought was that if we were to receive endorsement to place this on the capital 10-year plan, we could be including some related costs within that development charges background study for funding at that future date when we pick up this project to move forward. We're anticipating as well from an alignment standpoint that next year is likely the year that we'll be getting into an update to the county official plan and beginning that process. And so we'll also be getting census data next year as well. And so I think there's potentially some alignment to be looking at the policy framework, the updated data that might help us target that CIP, and be thinking about where that CIP then ultimately goes in terms of design when we get there. So I have suggested within the report that I think there are some things that we do need to do in considering a plan at the upper tier level. I've suggested that we phase this project in the following ways. So first off, starting with some analysis of those background data, trends, needs, and gaps. The evaluation then of capacity considerations. So who's delivering it at the county level, staff resources, all of the people that touch that, making sure that we're adequately resourced. And then the actual development of the program itself, right through to the delivery of that bylaw for implementation. And so what we've suggested within the financial section of the report is that we would look at likely those items A and B being an in-house activity where staff is doing that investigation and targeting, and then potentially engaging some consulting resources to help with the actual program design. There are CIPs across Ontario, and so our thought is that there may be some opportunities to glean from those consultants some of those examples they may have engaged with elsewhere, but also then being able to bring that in as a cost for some cost recovery through the development charges on a consulting basis. In designing the CIP, and again, just a little foreshadowing of where we think we might go if council were on board, we would really want to be considering those types of projects and organizations that could be incented through that program. We would want to use data-informed approaches because I think resources are limited all around, and so we'd want to be putting those incentives towards the specific projects that need that help. We'd want to direct the incentives towards the most impactful stage of development, and then look at scaling of those incentives. So, I think the juice needs to be worth the squeeze for those development proponents. So, if it's a matching fund grant capping out at, $7,000 on a $40 million housing project, that's a very small drop in the bucket. But if we were able to offer a slightly more meaningful incentive at a key stage where there aren't other resources, we see, being able to match the scale with that usability or interest by the developers to uptake that. And then again, looking at that alignment with the local CIPs. So I just wanted to mention here that we have had various discussions with local staff. And so we'd had a chat with UDOs earlier in the year. And I guess my takeaway from that was each of our municipalities is very differently resourced with capacity to deliver the CIPs. And so those types of initiatives that have agreements or monitoring conditions over time, like affordability conditions, that type of thing, may be challenging to accommodate in that local resourcing. So again, there might be that opportunity to explore, what tools are sitting in a county CIP versus the local. How are those working together? Maybe the county is, biting off a bigger chunk with those affordable housing ones, which allows the locals to focus a little more on ECDEV or those types of initiatives. So just to say that I think there's a conversation there that we could explore around, how we want to align those CIPs. So just back to the beginning, the staff recommendation. So as noted, we provided a report that outlines all of this information. And our staff recommendation would be that we would proceed to put this on the capital plan and into the development charges background study. So I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I will look to committee of the whole members for questions or comments. Councillor Dobreen.
Thank you, Warden, and thank you, Liz. I read this with great interest, and I know that previously the county was looking at doing a land inventory to see which lands might be available for affordable housing development that we could partner with other organizations. Would that land inventory play a role in this community improvement plan as opposed to a financial incentive? There would be that transfer of land or land lease or that type of thing?
Thank you. And through you, Madam Warden. Yes, so, I think there are some interesting rules around municipal lands and associated marketing. And so you have to be of the same organization to be able to do marketing for lands within your municipal ownership. So there's some legislative rules around that. And so I think one of the ways that a CIP can assist is where you do have those surplus lands inventoried as potential opportunities for affordable housing. Sorry about that. If we did get a proposal come in where somebody wanted to uptake one of those surplus properties, under the Municipal Act, you'd normally be dealing with the kind of market rate for those lands or an appraised value. Under a CIP, where you're looking at community-based objectives that you're trying to achieve, and you can place conditions and agreements around that, you may be able to transfer those lands at below market rate. So as part of a portfolio of a partnership or an agreement in that way. So I think those two tools work really well together, hand in hand. And as well, there are some provisions that allow for transfer between organizations as well. So, if a local municipality, for example, was partnering with the county, could we transfer those lands and deal with them at below market rate? We would both then have the ability to kind of play in that same sandbox, whereas right now the county is limited in that regard, whereas the CIP power sits with the local municipalities in dealing with those lands that way. So yes, and I think big opportunity to explore that even further. Thank you.
Okay, anything else? Councillor Nielsen?
Thank you very much, Warden Matrosoff. And I'm just trying to wrap my head around the DC combination. So the report is suggesting that if we incorporate the county CIP into the DC study, we can use DC funds to fund the study to build and implement the CIP, but not actually fund the CIP once it's constructed. I guess I have two questions kind of on how that might work. One is what the possible impact is into the DC charges itself, as in like how much are we thinking it's going to cost to build the study out? And two would be with, I don't know if it's kind of died down, but there's still the provincial and federal comments around development charges, and just wondering if there's concern about we're trying to add extra studies into the development charges while at the same time the province and the feds are really trying to say you shouldn't have development charges or you should limit them. And I'm just trying to understand that correlation and just how this might work for the CIP, where like I fully support the concept of using the CIP, building it out and funding it so we can support affordable housing. But it's kind of tricky to me in just how we're using that through development charges portion.
And through you. And so I think I may bite off the first chunk of that, and then I might look back to Scott to tag him in on that as well. So in terms of impact to DCs, so I think what we've identified within the report was earmarking about $50,000 for that kind of part C and D of the work plan. It's a ballpark, right? We're trying to kind of get a good sense of where we might land for a consultant to engage with us. So $50,000 is $50,000, right? It may have an impact, but just to give you a good idea of scale. And then I'll turn my mic off and pass it over to Director Taylor.
Yeah, thanks, Liz, and through you, Madam Warden, to Councillor Nielsen. So we are working with Hempson right now on our development charges background study, and because the county has never had the ability to do a CIP before, as Liz said, until Bill 60, one of the first questions early on was, is this something that we could charge DCs for? And what Hempson shared in that regard is a portion of it would be DC eligible. With any development charge, you need to look at what is the growth related aspect of that. So it might not be the entire 50,000, but we could work with Hempson to establish that calculation. But when you're doing your development charges background study, simply put, it's not a wish list, and it's definitely not a staff wish list. There has to be intent through previous master plans or capital budgets or capital plans in that regard that council has endorsed before we can even consider it in the background study. And that background study is sort of the complex analysis you go through to provide, in this case, the future council, the information of what the county development charges would be starting in later in 27 and beyond kind of thing. And council has the option of adopting a bylaw with those charges or going with lesser charges. So if council were to support this recommendation today, essentially what it would allow staff to do is to go back to Hempson and said, yes, council is interested in a development charges, in a upper tier community improvement plan. We would include a portion of that cost of the 50,000 in the background study. And then that background study would ultimately come back to council for their approval. The project would have to be added in future years' capital budgets as well. So, although this is an early preview to council, this isn't sort of council committing 100%. There'd still be that opportunity to reassess down the road. Sorry for the long-winded answer.
Excellent. Good teamwork. We'll go to Councillor Greg.
I guess I just need a little bit more clarity, Liz, on where we're at. The report does state maintain, and there's an enhancement component in the same sentence. I just heard in the past, the county was not in the position to do CIP program, but the report clearly states maintain. So have we been in there? I'm concerned with, it's very simple, $50,000, but as a project within the 10-year capital budget, what does this morph to? I find there is somewhat of a lack of clarity. It's a little bit dreamy, the aspirations, whereas engineering services could say, if you don't invest in that bridge, it's going to collapse. Or housing is, if you don't fix that elevator, your senior residences are walking up 4 flights of stairs and you don't want that. I'm not sure where this is going. And as long as we're delivering 4, 5, 6, 7 plus 2.5% in growth every year in tax increases, I heard you say it, resources are limited. But if we're delivering 5, 6, 7 plus growth every year, we're not acknowledging that resources are limited for people. Those are tax increases that are not sustainable. And that's where we've been at, and that's where we're currently projecting ourselves. So I'd like to hear more clarity, I guess, on what is the vision here? Because the report right now, I'm concerned with, we can't afford a grandiose vision that's not coming through in the pages here yet. We do, I think, as lower tier municipalities where we have them, some of the CIP programs are very good. There's some great initiatives in there. Flip side of that is, some of them almost are window dressing, perhaps on Main Street, and then somebody can buy the building and they have a new vision and they rip out the taxpayer funded investment that just took place a couple of years prior under new ownership. And it's not a lot different than some of the reference that was in a report that we approved regarding a forest clearing portion of the land where it was funded by taxpayers in previous years, and we just approved wiping that out. That's a concern. How do we protect that? I feel like a lot of CIP is perhaps best delivered at the local municipal level. And I have a lot of trepidation that we are walking into this at the county level.
Thank you. There's a lot there. So maintain, I'll start there. So, I think when the housing action plan was first developed, we were aware that some upper tiers had CIPs. But we knew that it would be a process if we were interested to kind of explore that tool for ourselves. So I think the way that the housing action plan addresses that is, we talked about maintaining and supporting that ongoing CIP program. So administratively delivered at the county level and actioned through the local CIP bylaws, because that's the tools that we had available to us to deliver that portfolio. With Bill 60, that changes, and now we do have the ability to have that tool. So, I think there was general commentary in the housing action plan around complementary incentives and trying to offer support and maintain that CIP program. So you're right, I've taken some license to say that we've talked about the CIP in the housing action plan around maintaining and enhancing and delivering complementary incentives. I've made the logic jump to say that, and now that CIP tool is available at the county level, but that fits in under that portfolio. But when I brought the housing action plan update report last November, there had been some commentary in there around that there was a draft of that legislation, and that we thought that tool would become available. Excuse me, initially sought some direction to explore that process to get the CIP. So, I think all of that is natural evolution of what was identified in the CIP, and through subsequent discussions with council around pursuing that potential tool. But I think that, you're right, resourcing is limited. So, the sky doesn't fall if we don't have a CIP. But I think it's about what it could be used for. And so I struggle to stand here and give you the whole vision because it is big. I have been working on reporting around kind of bigger vision, but I guess what I would say is, through the housing action plan and all of the learning that we've been doing around capacity building for affordable housing and nonprofit developers, what we really heard back is that different developers do different types of housing, and they have access to different tools, and they have access to different financial tools. They're resourced very differently in terms of their capital readiness. And the market it's not market developers that are creating the affordable, deeply affordable housing. And so, I see this as an opportunity for us to be really noodling in on like exactly where are those barriers to our nonprofits at the scale that we have in our local area, engaging around a surplus land offering or a project, even in partnership, to try and get an affordable component of the units in, because different types of developers do different types of projects. So, when you pull all of that together, what we hear is that the barriers are early access to capital in the ideation and the site preparation stages of development. And there aren't great seed funding grants available now. The federal program has changed significantly and is really available at the later stages of a fully cooked project. And so, I think we're just trying to figure out that piece of how do we get those right tools at the right stage for the right players to make that happen. And it's in the weeds and it's very niche, but I think if the market could create the affordable housing that we need without incentives, we would have it. So I really have put this forward as a tool that I think would be very helpful to us. But I think there are a number of stages ahead, right? Like I think we would be reporting back to council on that A and B activities before we'd ever get to the consultant to do the C&D at that future stage. I think that we could develop a CIP program and then decide budgetarily, we're not ready to implement it this year, we'll earmark some money for next year. Right? So there will be lots of decision points, I think, for those further targeting and resourcing discussions to happen. So I'll leave it there, but happy to continue.
Okay, and we'll go to Director Taylor for follow-up.
Thank you, Madam Warren. I think just very briefly to build on what Liz said, any CIP, whether municipal or upper tier, acts as sort of a menu of incentives, and any given council can choose, you know, which items they want to put on the menu versus which are too extravagant and wouldn't fit the menu. And so in this case, the county's menu we can offer is pretty much related to affordable housing. And so while as municipalities, you all have broad menus and you can do things like brownfields or downtown, you know, facade improvements and everything else, we would have to be very, very targeted legislatively to a lot of what Liz is describing with respect to the housing. And so she's completely right. You know, this is somewhat aspirational because we were only given this legislative ability late last year. We don't have a lot to go from just yet in terms of, you know, there's not 30 other municipalities with an affordable housing CIP in the province. So we would need to do some further work. We would need to report back to council and at some point need to further flesh out, you know, what funding a CIP could look like. So this is very early stages, but certainly respect the pressures that both you as county councillors and municipal councils are under with all the other things that are legislatively required. And as Liz said, this isn't legislatively required. We do think it could be a useful tool to help laser in on some of those housing incentives that might be useful.
Follow-up?
Thank you. And you mentioned some upper tier levels of government have some initiatives already in place. It might be, I would have enjoyed seeing some examples in the report. So perhaps that's something that can be emailed out to council, just some references where we can access some of those resources, because certainly point 2 moves this forward. So when it becomes a budget discussion, the council of whomever is sitting there has a little bit more background to be able to see what types of initiatives have been in place and then evaluate on that, as opposed to here's your budget, what do you think? Then the council is more informed. I guess I'll leave it there. It's good to support, but I don't think we want to get into the banking business. It's good to work with banking, but our role is not to get too deep within the banking industry, I think, in terms of funding some endeavors.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you again, Warden Matrosoff. And I think Councillor Gregg stirred some questions in my own mind. Currently, the county, as part of our budget, puts money into affordable housing every year, but we have rules and restrictions as to how we can support nonprofits and groups and organizations with that. So, you know, hearing Councillor Gregg's first question is really about what is that financial impact to a budget line later. The CIP might moreover just allow us to have different rules that allow us to utilize the funding we're already putting away. We know that $600,000 a year isn't going to buy us one unit in affordable housing for the county, but $600,000 can help support the acquisition of land for a nonprofit that could then turn it around. And currently the rules are we can't do that, but utilizing a CIP, we might be able to find an avenue to which we can support a nonprofit utilizing the funds we currently have.
There's a question in there. Thank you very much. It went up at the end. Yes, so I think it does. It would allow us to act more nimbly, potentially with the dollars we have. And I haven't had the conversation with Anne Marie in detail yet, and I did not want to speak to that levy fund and seeking any claim to it. But I do think we have those dollars. We're able to award them through partnership or flow through agreements or a capital facilities bylaw. But a CIP is a much more flexible tool. to be able to do that. And particularly, we have been working through evaluation of a few of our county properties, considering potential housing use and surplus opportunities. So again, just for partnership facilitation as well, to be able to be incenting or waiving certain things at the county level, which we don't have the ability to do right now through those agreements. So yes, enabling. Thank you.
Okay, anything further? Counselor Gray?
That just triggered a thought. Is there a mechanism here where if somebody wants to construct a 9,000 square foot home, you could place like a CIP tax on it and then put it into a reserve for redistribution into affordable housing?
I mean, I like where your head's at. I see Scott was reaching for his button there, so I don't know if you had a response in mind, but I'm not aware of that program, but I'll pass it on to Dr. Taylor. Okay.
Yeah, ditto. I'm not aware of any legislative authority. It's something we could look into further with legal services staff, but I'm not aware of anything there.
Okay, anything further? All right, then I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you very much, Planner Buckton. And we will be breaking for lunch now and coming back at Okay, so if I could call everybody back at 1:25, then we will carry on with the remainder of the item sevens, the two that were pulled from 6, and then we do have closed session as well. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. We do have a quorum here around the table, and we are going to be continuing with item 7G. And with that, once we get it moved on the floor, we will then look to our interim Director of Finance and Treasurer Murray to come and provide an introduction. So it's recommended that report FRCW 1926 Healthcare Funding Requests 2027 budget be received, and that staff be directed to maintain the budgeted $200,000 transfer to the Healthcare Initiatives Reserve for the 2027 budget and 2028 projected budgets. And that staff be directed to include the Saugeen Hospice Inc. request of $175,000 to be included for consideration in the 2027 to 2031 budgets of $35,000 per year to be funded from the Healthcare Funding Reserve. So may I ask for a mover and a seconder? Got it moved by Councillor Hutchinson, seconded by Councillor Dickert. It's now on the floor for discussion. And welcome Interim Director of Finance, Murray.
Thank you, and through you, Warden. As you're aware, in 2022, the Grey County did pass a health and healthcare funding policy. And the details are a little bit in the report. I won't go into that in my narrative right now, but so we do ask that if there are any organizations that would request a donation, that it must be submitted by June 30th to us. And we did receive one formal request. In December of 2025, they did do a formal presentation, and they followed that up with a written request for $175,000 to be funded over 3 to 5 years. There was a request to help build a hospice in Grey County, in part of Grey County. So I am recommending that we include that in our budget for discussion. I am recommending that it be funded over 5 years, which would be $35,000 per year, to be funded out of our current healthcare reserve. So there would be no levy request added to the levy in 2027. Our current reserve balance at the end of 2026 is projected to be just a little over $227,000. And at the end of 2027, if we were to include the $35,000 on top of the $200,000 that Grey County has already committed to for the Wellness and Recovery Center for the Grey Bruce Health Services, that would leave us with a balance at the end of a 2027 proposed draft budget of $192,144. And that's all I was going to say today, if anyone, so I will turn it over for any questions.
Thank you very much. And I'll look to committee of the whole members if they have any questions on that plan. Deputy Warden?
Thank you, Madam Warden, and thank you, Sue. I'm going to say that I'm going to oppose the motion, but at the same time support the need for this facility. How long, and I'll ask a rhetorical question, how long are we going to let the province off the hook? Healthcare is a provincial responsibility. It is not the responsibility of the land taxpayer, property taxpayer. I guess that's the gist of my my words. I just can't support this. The province has for too long been let off the hook, and I'm not prepared to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Any follow-up from staff with regards to that? No? Oh, sorry. Oh, we'll go to Councillor McQueen then.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and just to be brief, I know that this policy was developed, I think you said 2022. And I know it talks about in the report that it must demonstrate that 20% of the house, of those it serves must be Grey County residents. I know there was a presentation from Southern Georgian Bay Hospital Group that is raising, you know, a lot of, $1 million for the Collingwood or the new Southern Georgian Bay Hospital. And I know that they got discouraged and they went away. But I think in a sense, and this may be for the next term of council, that maybe that policy needs to be reviewed, because when it says 20% of its residents are to be served, that was, I think originally going back to 2018 is when that first came forward. When you talk about residents and you talk about the Blue Mountains and the Blue Mountain Resorts, I think if you're a guest for one night, you're a resident. Anyway, I'm not gonna get into that tonight or today, but I think there needs to be a review of that policy, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Any other comments? Counselor Eccles?
Thank you. I agree with some of the things that Counselor Deputy Warden Millen states. This isn't one of the ones I agree with him on. Yes, we do need these facilities. It's not quite healthcare, but it's the end of life care. Quickly, Sue, I don't know whether you have the information. What did we, as Grey County, put into Chapman House? We've already been down this road, and I believe that the county had money in. I can see Councillor Patterson nodding that I believe we did put something in there. But the other factor is in healthcare, it goes well beyond hospice care. How many of the municipalities, how many property tax dollars have gone into the new build in Markdale? And I know that Southgate put in over 300,000 into that one. Yeah, I agree with you, but it's where we're at with the province on delivering healthcare. Not just the bricks and mortar, it's the continuous maintenance and upgrades and equipment that we continue to put into healthcare. I'm wondering if we were doing the same thing. I guess maybe we'd have to ask, the property tax payers to add in and pay more, or if we could get the province to start putting more fuel into our graders or get a few more Zambonis that somebody would purchase so we can keep running our arenas. But that's a different topic. I will be supporting this for the fact that it's an initiative. It is for 5 years and it's done, and it is our commitment to the health of our communities and to the welfare of the citizens of our communities. So I will be supporting the recommendation as it states.
Okay, thank you. Other comments? Counselor McQueen and then Counselor Nielsen.
Well, just following up on what the requirements are for healthcare, just and again, in the Southern Georgian Bay Hospital, they got to raise 100 million for $1 billion hospital. So, but I do want to put a shout out for the Beaver Valley Ski Club. Just in June, they raised $75,000 for the Chapman House. So a lot of funds are raised from local organizations that go back into those hospice. And I think that, we all would agree that the end of life care is so important for sure.
Counselor Nielsen.
Thank you very much, Ward Mashtoff, and forgive me. I'm just trying to remember the delegation, and was the request from the hospice operational or capital funding?
That I did confirm that the funds would go directly to the building of the hospice itself.
Okay, and we'll look to the CAO.
Just through Councillor Echo's question earlier, with respect to how much the county provided to the Chapman House, I did find some correspondence indicates that back in 2017, we provided a one-time capital grant of $200,000 towards the construction, which again would be close to 10 years ago in terms of towards that particular project. So there could be more funding that was provided, but that was definitely the amount that I could find in a short period of time.
Thank you for that information. Okay, Counselor Gray.
I would just like to state that I oppose the motion as is. Because we have a $200,000 budget line item does not mean it has to exist in continuity and that it's there to be drawn from. We have various investments in other healthcare initiatives, the Bayview Wellness, which is the $200,000, where you can easily demonstrate the impact in terms of reducing strain on some of the resources that the hospital may provide or that we provide through Kevin's team. In fact, just earlier, Kevin spoke about hospital offloading. We have certain operational costs that we embed in our work here, which reduces strain in other systems that provide services for the public. But this is not one I can get behind. I firmly believe that the plaque on the wall is there to perhaps show Joe's excavating or Murray's hauling, whatever, a lawyer's office, a commercial interest that has something to gain with the exposure by investing and making that economic or that financial support. I'm totally on side with where we can and supported Chapman House in Owen Sound, where we can reduce soft services, soft costs at the times of construction, waive DCs, certain municipal fees that can be waived that are incremental, that are there. Totally in support of supporting organizations such as this with initiatives like that. But in terms of just providing support financially where the taxpayer can then see that a level of government just donated their money is not something that I can get behind. I understand perhaps the donation to Chapman House as well in the past, but again, I referred to it earlier today. Times may be different. If we're looking at 5, 6, 7% increases in our tax lines, this is a tax line that should see scrutiny when it comes budget time. And when that $200,000 donation commitment ends, then this is an opportunity where that $200,000 line item should be evaluated by the council of the day. So I'm not in favor of us committing, because it is a commitment. It's only going into the budget, but it is showing commitment again to maintaining that $200,000 line item, which I think in this case should have future scrutiny by council in terms of whether it stays or whether it goes out of the budget in future years.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments? Not seeing any other hands. Oh, sorry. Councillor Henry.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I just think that the Deputy Warden's comments are certainly apropos. But I think that it's time that we get behind the movement to try and fix the problem with the province, and that this should be the beginning of a move to try and change things, and it's going to take some work for municipalities to, and maybe when you're at the AMO in the next little while, you'll have some discussions with other municipal representatives around the province and see if we can't, move the needle with the province on healthcare, which the whole system is pretty close to broke. I think it's awfully difficult to, having supported hospitals and hospices to the degree that Grey County has for many, many years. I think just an open break and say, so sad, but we're done is just not the way to move on it. And I think that there are better ways, and they will be take time and work, but that's what needs to be done. And that we, I think council should examine every year what has contributed to some of these causes, but there's a long established tradition of Grey County standing behind the most important needs of our communities, and we know there's a great need for this new hospice, and that we should continue to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? CAO?
Just further to through you, Warden, to Councillor Gregg's comments with respect to in terms of the incoming council's consideration and future budget considerations. The way the motion is currently worded is that staff be directed to include this request of 175,000 included for consideration in those respective budgets of 35,000 per year to be funded from the healthcare funding reserve. So there would be consideration, even if this motion were to be approved, there would be consideration for that to be, I guess, reconsidered or discussed further with respect to when we go through the budget process as part of that, is at least my take in terms of the wording. And so, but as per the current policy, we received a request before the June 30th deadline, as Interim Director Murray noted. It meets the policy requirements as set out by the policy that was approved by council. I think Interim Director Murray's come up with a identified, here's where we're at with the current reserve amount, and here's how it could be funded, but recognizing that that could still be up for consideration as part of the overall budget discussions is my current take of the wording of the motion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dobreen.
Thank you. And through you, twofold. If you were asking us to commit $175,000 one-time payment, I would have concern. We have committed to other areas, $200,000 in its entirety. And this is over a 5-year period, but this is still to be decided by the incoming council as to what's in, what's out. Are we continuing? Are we not continuing? So this is more of a recommendation to the new council as to what to consider. Could you just refresh my memory? The Saugeen Hospice was going to be located in Walkerton?
Through you, Warren, yes, that's our understanding, is that it's to be built in Walkerton, and then northeast corner of Walkerton.
So therefore not located in Grey County and northeast. Okay. Thank you. You've answered my question. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, then I will call the question. All those in favor? Okay, that motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Treasurer Murray. And at this point in time, before we go to 7H, because it is tied to the closed session material, we will now return to items 6C and F, unless there's any objection to that, but it would make more sense for the flow of what we have to do this afternoon. Okay, seeing no objections, we will then go to item 6C, the first item which was pulled. Oh, so I guess get ready. Come on back, Madam Treasurer. It's recommended that report FRCW 1826 regarding the quarterly purchasing report for Q2 of 2026 be received for information. May I ask for a mover and a seconder? I got it moved by Councillor Keaveney, seconded by Councillor Gregg. It's on the floor for discussion. Councillor Gregg, you had asked to pull this to share a question. Please go ahead.
I do, which might be better than having Sue go through all the line items in the quarterly purchasing report, which I thank you for presenting or preparing for us. My question, when I was reading it, there was a line item, it was 713 9th Avenue East, and it was a roofing project. And to my memory, I had no recollection of this ever being exposed during budget to council. And in reaching out to staff, well, perhaps I'll let you present as to why that is. I wonder about strengthening our policy in the future so that an expenditure of that size that's not on an existing capital plan is something that council's made aware of before it just appears on a quarterly report.
Yes, thank you for that question. This project, which Garrettson you directed the question to him, he answered it. So I'm going to try to, he probably has more of the devil in the details, but I truly feel, reflecting upon it, we as finance did not do maybe the steps we probably should have done in the correct order. I think it was, some of it was some timing issues, around grants being approved and not hitting reports the way we should have. So going forward, definitely this should have been brought, a report to council should have been brought to your attention on this capital project. There was in 2024-25 was, there was some COCHI funds, there was an investment plan presented. It was in there, and then in, I think in the fall of 2025, there was a tender for that project build, and and then the staff decided that they retendered. There was 2 bids, and then they retendered it back, and unfortunately, we missed picking it back up into that next budget cycle. So there were some missed pieces along the way, and I'll own those as finance. So, but what I can tell to you going forward is that we will do better going forward. We should have realized when we did our capital project report earlier to you that we should have included it in there. But I think that too was also a timing difference because there were no expenditures. We didn't have a capital project identified to that project in our budget. Hadn't spent it, and it was right around the time we were doing the report, and it wasn't quite, it was purely a timing issue. Going forward, I did speak with our purchasing manager this morning. Going forward, we will ensure that when we are doing capital projects, we will also identify a capital project number so that we can identify it back into our budget book, or we also will, for our internal purposes, need to know because there will be capital expenditures that we need to apply to a capital project going forward for our reporting purposes. That's the nice thing about our new budgeting software is it allows us to do that because there are projects sometimes where we do budget for stuff that doesn't actually have a capital project, and then we have to sort of create one behind the scenes because there's a future report. So.
Okay, thank you. And we're also going to go to the CAO.
Through you, Warden, and just further to Interim Director Murray's comments with respect to this, just to provide some context with respect to this project and how that project was funded. So as the Interim Director indicated, that this project was not listed as a specific project in the capital budget. It's funded entirely from our COCHI grant. So these are provincial funds that we receive on an annual basis. And through that, what has been the historical practice is that we develop the housing department develops an investment plan, and that goes through, in this case, the Community Services Committee to identify where we might be able to look at some projects for allocations. There is funds that are set aside and allocated for unidentified capital projects for $500,000 that was allocated with respect to that. That was initially earmarked for the Dundalk build project. And as you've heard through updates, that project has been delayed, and this particular project popped up in terms of needing to be done. And so in order to utilize and maximize the use of those funds, it was determined by staff at that time to be able to proceed with that piece. As Interim Director Murray's indicated, I think it is an opportunity to look at what that process looks like going forward so that council's not seeing that project at this stage in terms of once it's already been tendered and completed. And so we're looking to see how we can improve those processes on a go-forward basis. So appreciate Councillor Greg raising that question, and we'll explore what those process improvements look like on a go-forward basis.
Okay, thank you. And don't see any further questions on this matter. So I will call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you. Next, we'll tidy up with section 6F. It's recommended that report TRCW 2926 be received and that a bylaw be brought forward for council's consideration to amend Schedule A of bylaw 494516, being the bylaw to permit off-road vehicles on certain roadways under the jurisdiction of the County of Grey by amending portions of Grey Road 10 and Grey Road 28 where off-road vehicles are not permitted. specifically Gray Road 10 from the south limit of Gray County to Knapville Road, and Gray County Road 10 from 7th Avenue in Hanover to the northern limit of Gray County, and Gray County Road 28 from the intersection of Concession 2 NDR and 5th Side Road NDR to Bruce to Bruce Road 10 7th Avenue, Hanover. Okay, so may I ask for a mover and a seconder? Okay, we've got it moved by Councillor McQueen, seconded by Councillor Pringle. So it's on the floor. I'm going to go to Councillor McQueen first, and then Director Hoy will stand in for staff response. So Councillor McQueen, you would pull this.
Okay, thank you, Madam Warden, and I have no issue with the resolution that's in front of us. I guess the bigger question is, in today's day, and I know this has been a download from the province 15, 20 years ago about who is the jurisdiction over side-by-sides, ATVs and all that stuff, off-road vehicles on our municipal roads. I know from Gray Highlands, we have a bylaw that it just lists the exemptions, not the roads that are allowed. I wonder if at some point in the new setting of this horseshoe, is to be reviewed, because in today's day, I bet you a lot of people going down our roads in Gray County don't have a clue that they're not supposed to be on county roads. And, you know, the sales of side-by-sides and it's continuing to grow and grow and grow. And, you know, people are almost using it as a means of transportation. So I think at some point, the bylaw should be reviewed in its entirety and just see if there is maybe the other side of maybe looking at restricting the ones where you don't want them versus having it across. I'm not opening up the conversation today. I think from today's day, probably most people using our roads have no clue that they're not supposed to be going down most county roads.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, all right then. Looks like we're ready to call the vote. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, that allows us to go then to item 7H. And we have our county solicitor on standby. It's recommended that report LSRCW 0126 regarding the updated land acquisition and disposition policy be received, and that the updated land acquisition and disposition policy be approved as presented, and that G-Gen 003 sale and acquisition land policy and G-Gen 003001 sale of land procedure and G-Gen 003002 acquisition of land procedure be rescinded. Okay, so what we'll do is I'm going to call for a mover and a seconder to get this on the floor for any open introduction. And then, as I mentioned, we will then proceed into closed session before we vote on the open session matter. So with that, may I ask for a mover and a second? Moved by Councillor Nielsen, seconded by the Deputy Warden. It's now on the floor for open discussion, and welcome County Solicitor Morrison.
Great. Good afternoon, and thank you, Madam Warden, County Council. So the purpose of this report is to present Council with an updated land acquisition and disposition policy for consideration. And I would like to start off by thanking Lacey Thompson, our law clerk and real estate coordinator. She is here with us today to help ask any questions, but her hard work and dedication is why this is in front of us today. So the Municipal Act requires that municipalities adopt and maintain a policy with respect to the sale and disposition of land. Our current sale and acquisition of land policy and the two related procedures are from 2012. They were amended in 2014. And staff have reviewed the current policy and procedures and are recommending an updated policy for Council's consideration. There have been significant changes that have been made, but generally the process will remain the same. There are some key exceptions that we'll go over, but the policy is intended to ensure that the land transaction process is fair, open, and transparent while protecting the county's interests. So I will do a high-level overview of the proposed changes, but happy to answer any questions on specific changes if you have them. So there was a fairly significant overall administrative update, which transitions the policy to the county's current policy template. So this consolidates the 3 documents into one policy document. The intent of this change is just to bring it up to our current policy template. The policy statement, the purpose, and the scope have all been updated, but the intent remains the same. We have added a table of contents for ease of reference. Section 1, definitions and interpretation, have been updated to reflect the new policy. We have a new legislated requirements section, which is in accordance with the policy template. We have an updated exceptions section. This is to add clarity. We have a new financial matters section. This is to bring us in line again with that new current county policy template. We have an updated value for land section. And there is a key change to highlight in this section, which is the addition of the staff value estimate method for land that is under 75,000. I will note that this does not permit staff to proceed without council approval unless an exemption is found elsewhere in the policy. Section 6, valuation not required, has been updated, but the intent remains the same. We have an updated procedure for acquisition of land section. The intent remains the same, but we have expanded this for clarity. We have a new methods of acquisition section. The previous procedure combined procedure and methods into one section and contained additional sections for some specific methods, but we expanded it into its own new section and added additional methods for clarity. Section 9, we have updated for the procedure of disposition. Again, same with the acquisition. The intent remains the same, but we have expanded it for clarity. We have an updated notice section under section 10. There is a key change to note in this section where we have removed the requirement for newspaper publication as part of the notice requirements. The general circulation of newspapers has decreased, and finding a newspaper in the relevant geographic areas has become increasingly challenging. The cost for advertising has also increased. So we still would have notice, and depending on the method of sale, there may be additional notice. So we did give the example of real estates and their advertising and MLS postings and that kind of thing. We have an updated section 11 for methods of disposition. The intent was to expand and clarify the various methods here. And we have given it the example of depending on the method, there may be exemptions. So auctions, public tenders under 500,000 and requests for proposals all have exemptions in them. But also noting that council approval would be required. So we'd come to council, ask for approval to go by one of those methods, and that's when the exemptions would kick in. So section 12, we have a new special acquisition and dispositions category. This was to highlight some special categories that didn't cleanly fit in the other headings. And then we have a new delegation of authority section, which the previous land acquisition procedure had a delegated authority section, whereas the sale procedure was largely silent. So this is to add some clarity for both the sale and acquisition. And we have an updated Schedule A. There is a key change to note here, which is that we are proposing to increase the compensation amounts in the acquisition for road purposes to better reflect the current market conditions. So as you can imagine, land values have increased significantly since 2012. Staff have found that the values in the current policy make it difficult to reach negotiated agreements without obtaining an appraisal or seeking additional direction from council, which costs additional resources and causes delays. The updated schedule also includes the new method for staff valuations for land under 75,000. The intent is to support our colleagues in transportation services in negotiating agreements with landowners for acquisitions required for road purposes. The ability to secure property efficiently can significantly affect project timing. And so these additions are intended to support successful, efficient, and effective negotiations. And then, so as Madam Warden noted, we do have a closed session component here where we have a new property negotiation guide, but we propose to discuss that in closed to protect our negotiation power.
Okay, thank you for that introduction to open. So just before we go into close to be able to discuss the final pieces of this consideration prior to voting on this in open, if you have an open session question, please go ahead. Councillor McQueen.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and I know that, I remember the 2012 report. And I remember there was two different values per acre, per land or whatever. One was for the mountains, and then it was the rest of the municipality or the county. Now, we've seen a lot of values change. One is farmland, like at most places, 30,000 acre in farmland, where farmland back in 2012 was probably less than 10 or more. So that has changed something, and I don't know, getting into your details, if you have, so you still use an appraiser? Because the land value served of the county is probably different than 2012, and it's probably all over the place. So I know you try to come, and I know that a lot of times it's the appraiser that tries to get you that value. But I know it's, and sometimes if it's a small piece, you take whatever it is per acre divided by square footage, and you try to come up with that number. If you have anything to add to that. Oops, sorry.
Thank you for the question. So I agree with you that it is difficult to narrow down a specific base price that applies across the county. We did try to do that, and that's part of the reason it took so long to get this report back, is that we couldn't. So with Schedule A, it's for those smaller pieces for road purposes where we have set a compensation rate in there, but that's why we have also added the staff valuation method. Because we recognize, like our friends in Blue Mountains, their land values may differ. So the base compensation rate that's included in Schedule A may not always be appropriate. So by adding that staff valuation method, it gives transportation a bit more freedom to be able to negotiate up to that 75,000. But of course, if we don't have the comparators, or if we decide that it's over the 75, then we would be looking at getting appraisers or looking at different value methods.
Just an example, you could be road widening a section of a county road that hasn't had the road widening. And you'd be going along all those farms, and if they're valued at 30,000 an acre, you may have. It may be much different today than it would have been a long time ago, just because of those land values and the loss of land as well. If you're road widening, you're taking 17 feet to go from 66 to 100 feet, right? That adds up, so, yeah, thank you.
Okay, other questions, comments? Okay, we'll go to Councillor Eccles.
Just quickly, you mentioned the 75,000, but in that 75,000, if it does go above the 75,000, you still don't need to go with that unless there's another exemption someplace. I'm just kind of lost. Is it 75? That's the cutoff point, but it's not the cutoff point, the way this reads right now. Am I interpreting that right?
So the intention would be that if we're using the staff valuation method, we would only be using that if the land is under 75,000. If it's over 75, then we'd be looking at different valuation methods.
So I'm misinterpreting that, because in here it says anything over 75,000 would be a different, unless it qualifies for a different exemption. So you're telling me anything over? Nope, got to go with the valuation. But the way this reads, it says, no, if there's another exemption, then we can keep going the way we are over 75. That's where I want clarity.
Thank you. And I think there's a blanket if there's any exemptions that apply to the broad policy. So an example might be if it's a disposition or acquisition between municipalities, that kind of thing, where the value might be over, but there might be an exemption otherwise where we don't actually need to get this property valued because it's between municipalities. So if there is an exemption where it's not needing to be valued, that kind of thing would be an exemption that would hit if it was potentially over 75,000. So there is that broader exemption. If you can find an exemption in this policy, then you might not need to get it valued. But if we're using the staff value method because we need a valuation, then we'd be using that for under 75.
Okay, did I see Councillor Gregg?
And my question is really just ensuring that staff still have flexibility. Agricultural is easy to utilize as an example because it's most prevalent. But if you are working at sightlines at an intersection expansion, for instance, and there's a slightly treed lot or scrub brush, the policy here allows the county to still dig in and be like, Yeah, but that has been scrub brush or treed for 50 years. You've never treated it as ag land, which is more valuable. And then pumps the price up. Do we still have that supreme discretion to be, or hazard lands or some sort of more passive use than a higher value assessment such as agriculture?
Thank you for the question. And the intent is to still allow flexibility. In specific examples, we'd be looking at each on a case by case basis. So if there are complicating things, I don't know that we would be doing a staff value ourselves, and it might be one where we get an appraiser to get that type of an opinion. But that would just be something that we look at on a case by case basis.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any further questions here, so let's look at going into closed session, and then we will conclude with a vote on this matter. So it's recommended that the Committee of the Whole does now go into closed session pursuant to Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended to discuss, number one, labor relations or employee negotiations, and this is with regards to OPSU for Grey Gables and Lee Manor. And number two, a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board with regards to land sale and acquisition negotiations. May I ask for a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Patterson, seconded by Councillor Hutchinson. We'll take all those in favor.